There's that red light. There's that red light. There it is. There it is. That awkward stage when we're live and nobody's actually watching.
Somebody doing something. The chat's going.
How do y'all, are they all on YouTube? Yep, they all on YouTube. Let's go. What's up, crew? Poor Manny. Manny, I may or may not have just been laughing at you. Like, I feel so bad for, like, you get the news that Andy Dalton is your quarterback, and then you got to read afterwards that you did everything you could to get Russell Wilson. That's tough, man. Sorry, Manny. Sorry, buddy. We love you, though, man. We're glad that you're here with us. Yeah. I guess it can be worse. It's certainly not better.
We might not get to it on the show, so just want to give a get well soon prayers up, Sean Bradley. That's a crazy story.
That's awful.
Man, that's crazy.
That's absolutely awful. If you didn't see that yet, I guess he was in like a biking accident or something, and
he got hit by a car when he's driving a bike, and is paralyzed.
That's awful. Just awful. Oh, what's up, man? Welcome. Glad you found us. Appreciate you. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, man?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, appreciate it. Welcome to the show. Hey, Cheryl in Baltimore.
Cheryl, we got you. Cheryl texted me. She said, "Oh, we got to hear about LeBron, man, making the power moves."
The Kang. Yeah, we got that coming up today. We got a lot coming up, man. We good. We good. Ready? Yes, sir. Oh, Will sent me a good Luke Walton stat. I got to get that on social media today.
Luke.
No, those are boos. I got to get this. I got to get this on our Twitter page. I won't have time before the show, but yep, he stinks. 357 games, and his record is 144 and 2. That's a lot of games. He's had a lot of time as a head coach, I think.
The team stink.
Yeah, they do.
The one time
he did get as high as 37 wins with the Lakers, though.
The one time he had a decent roster, LeBron quit on him / got hurt midway through the season.
Okay, you can't say that. Conference. You can't say quit on him and then / got hurt. Like, he got hurt.
Nah, I think he got hurt. I'm just talking. Hair's growing. But they were 4th in the Western Conference when he got hurt on Christmas Day.
Yeah, they had just blown out the Warriors, too. What it do, baby?
Roddy.
What's up, man? What's up? Melvin? We'll see, buddy. And we are happy that you are here with us on this Wednesday. Welcome into the latest edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're thrilled that you're here with us on the radio.com app. And for those listening on ESPN 1320 AM, no matter where you are, we love that you are allowing us to spend part of our day with you, or part of your day with us. We'll take it either way. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here on these phone lines, we'll be with you all the way up till Sacramento Kings basketball. We'll break at 4 o'clock and we'll all go watch Kings basketball together. Good Lord knows what that's going to look like. We should find out. Might, perhaps find out who's starting in place of Marvin Bagley, at least tonight. And if you read Jason Anderson's article, it could be a short-term starting situation versus a long-term starting situation. But Luke Walton is scheduled to speak to the media before the game coming up today at 2:30. So as soon as we, get word on that, and if he announces it before, of course, we'll bring it to you. But, we got Kings basketball today, the 2 worst defenses in the league. Pillow fighting it out, I guess. I don't know. I was going to say slugging it out, but that's not a slugfest. I don't know what you call it.
No. That is a hold me back type of situation. Ain't no fighting going on there.
Ain't no Juwan Howard. It wasn't a Juwan Howard move. Juwan Howard wasn't going hold me back. Juwan Howard was going for someone's neck the other day. He
wanted that action the other day.
He wanted that smoke, as we say here on the show. Thanks to Trent Williams for announcing his signing at 1 o'clock in the morning. We sure do appreciate it, but we're just glad.
Was crazy.
It don't matter, dude. He can announce it whenever he wants to. Trent Williams, now the highest paid offensive tackle in NFL history. He is sticking around the San Francisco 49ers. The deal says it's 6 years, but I'm going to guess it's probably 4. His guarantee is, we were pretty damn close on the guarantees, 55 guaranteed out of the 138, and $30 million guaranteed the second his pen touches paper or his finger touches iPad. So we were pretty close when we guessed the guarantees yesterday. But that 4 years, 80 that was floating around yesterday seemed to turn out to be a giant load of crap. It was significantly more. And good for Trent Williams, good for the San Francisco 49ers, and good for 49er fans. I'd imagine you guys are pretty hyped today.
Yes, indeed. And before I get started on breaking down this 49ers thing, did you see with the Trent Williams deal that he got like $10,000 more so he could be the highest paid?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I think Bakhtiari in Green Bay is, I don't know if he's the highest paid offensive lineman in general. Pretty sure he is. But Trent eclipsed that by $10,000.
Yep. Yeah,
and that was definitely on purpose.
Absolutely, 100%, and good for him, good for his agent, good for everybody involved. You've got that locked up. We talked about this all last season when it felt like things may have been kind of slipping away for the San Francisco 49ers. We talked about it all last season that, you know, they've got to deal with Trent Williams. Like, we can talk about running backs, we could talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, we could talk about backup quarterbacks or starting quarterbacks. We could talk about all of that stuff. But you acquired Trent Williams from the Washington football team with the belief that you were going to be able to sign him to play in your uniform for a very long time. And we knew it was going to be costly. We knew it was going to be expensive. We knew that the chances of him, and by the way, can we point that out as we segue those two things together, or we merge those two things together? The hell that he went through playing for Dan Snyder and that Washington football team, and all of the different things that happened to him there, and him coming to San Francisco with the agreement in the contract that you can't slap the franchise tag on me, and he winds up getting rewarded with the richest offensive lineman contract in NFL history. Man, good for him.
Absolutely. And this is going to go into something I'm going to say later. You know, had my ear to the streets, had my ear to my people. And this goes into something I'm going to talk about later. But before I get into all that, I just want to say Trent Williams re-signing with the 49ers, them re-signing my man Juszczyk, them possibly getting Alex Mack to play that center position. That's something that looks all but evident. It's got me feeling completely different about these 49ers than I was maybe 2-3 weeks ago. Of
course.
I'm feeling good.
Now you're starting to feel it. I like
good.
it. Okay, you're starting. I knew it wouldn't take long before you started feeling it. I knew it wouldn't take long before. What, we're going 16-0? What do we got? 15-1?
I mean, I wouldn't say all that, but at the same time, they're able to take care of a lot of these holes before we even start free agency, before we even get to the draft.
Yeah. Okay. Well, technically, I know free agency hasn't started, but you know damn well that it has. Like free agent, like it's started. This is free agency. Like they could frame it however they want to. Free agency. I think officially free agency starts in 55 minutes. And today Wednesday. Yeah. Today's Wednesday. Free agency actually starts in 55 minutes. But we know what the last 2 days have been. But so let me ask you this: you're feeling it. You're happy about it. Like one of the big things that you wanted to address was the secondary. Right? Mm-hmm. What's changed? Ain't that what's changed?
But that's my point. They can go handle that in the draft. They can go get 2 cornerbacks now if they want to, because the offensive line, I don't want to say it's set, but it's good.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's good.
It's pretty good.
You know what I'm saying? So they don't have to go offensive lineman first pick in the draft. They can go get a running back. They're going to need to go get another wide receiver. They can go get that in the draft or free agency. Mm-hmm. Another pass rusher, you can go get that in the draft. Or they got old boy yesterday, drawing a blank on his name.
From LA?
Yeah, from the Chargers, who hasn't missed the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's big. Durability. All right. They got that going on. I'm just saying they've set themselves up to be able to go into the draft and really zero in on certain things, as opposed to 2 months ago when Trent Williams was unsure. You didn't know if you were going to have Juice back. You didn't know what was going on with the center position. Now,
how many of those things were really unsure, though? Like, did you really think you were going to lose Trent Williams?
I mean, I thought it was a possibility because of just the money situation. They were able to restructure some things, move some money around to make it easier to sign Trent Williams and then not have to worry about getting rid of somebody else or not having the ability to sign Fred Warner in the future or anything like that. They were able to take care of all that.
Okay.
And then you got the cryptic tweet that I saw earlier that, I mean, it said some things to me. I'll tell you that. It said some things to me.
The cryptic tweet. Okay, you want to can you let me in on this one? I missed the cryptic. I didn't search cryptic tweet in Twitter this morning.
Let me pull it up. Where did oh yeah. Odell Beckham Jr. says,
"Oh Lord have mercy.
What's the life without scars?" He's definitely coming to the Niners.
What? What are you talking about? What's a life without scars? He's definitely coming to the 49ers. That's what you got out of that? What's life without? There's 4 words, and to you that says I'm headed to the 49ers?
Hey, if the Bears fans can look at Welp and think that means that Russell Wilson is going to the Bears, then I can come up with that. No, I'm just joking because I literally saw that and I was like, oh, Odell coming to the Niners?
Well,
and then people like really took it like, what? How did you get that from scars? Like I was joking.
The same way Bears fans got. Well, Russell Wilson's headed to Chicago. Boy, did the Bears fans get kicked in the groin yesterday? Like poor Bears fans, they got kicked in the groin repeatedly yesterday. It was like Andy Dalton is the Chicago Bears quarterback. Whap, that was one kick. And then you read later, and credit to Dan Patrick, because he was talking about this yesterday morning on his show. He was like, hey, I was told Chicago's throwing everything they can at Seattle, and Seattle just isn't interested. If I remember correctly, 3 first-rounders and 2 stars. Maybe not stars, 2 starters.
Yeah. 3 first rounders, a third, and 2 starters.
And 2 starters. And he had that yesterday morning. Now, it was widely reported yesterday evening, but he had that yesterday morning. And now the overwhelming sense is Chicago did everything they could. They were turned away. And Bears fans' consolation prize was Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
And you might lose a very good center in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears fans, Manny, John,
Sorry.
Just hold tight. Just do a little well. Just hold tight. Hold tight.
You think there might be something out there for him?
If it's not this year, it's next. Like we're both in agreement.
You still think
gone? He's gone. And if they want to run it back one more time and see what can happen in Seattle, okay, cool. That's what we mentioned it when it happened. And it's not like they signed Andy Dalton to a 5-year deal. They signed him to a 1-year deal.
1-year deal, yeah. And there's a lot of 1-year deals around the NFL. I don't know if you noticed that, Trent Williams notwithstanding, but a whole lot of 1-year contracts are being signed.
Hell yeah, because everybody's getting that 1-year deal real quick, and they know they're going to get back to the bag next year.
They all know that TV contract
is how that's going down.
You notice the NFL isn't stupid. The NBA, what they do is they announce their TV contract before. And it's like, hey, look at what we got here. Look at this influx of money that the league is going to have. We're going to split it with the players and all of that stuff. The NFL's like, we ain't going to tell them. Let them sign their deals. Let them sign their 1-year contracts. Let them do all of that stuff. And then then we'll go ahead and tell them that we just signed a television deal worth about double what it was last time we saw
shady characters in the NFL owner.
Oh
boxes.
no, these are upstanding NFL owners. God knows they wouldn't do anything shady to screw over their players.
Never.
Of course not. They would never. They would never do such a thing. But yeah, 1-year deals all around, except for Trent Williams, who signed 6 years. Kyle Madson will join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Of course, he covers the San Francisco 49ers for just about everybody. Candlestick Chronicles, Niners Wire, and 95.7 The Game. He'll be with us again. That's coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. But I love this. I want to talk a lot about the 49ers. Like you mentioned already, Kyle Juszczyk He's back. Jason Verrett, he's back. It looks like Alex Mack, center, is headed over. We talked about shoring up that offensive line, and we'll dive into the quarterback position here in just a heartbeat. But with Alex Mack here, Trent Williams here, you got to feel a little bit better about Jimmy Garoppolo or whoever might be under center.
Damian, I've held back long enough.
Okay,
I've
hold
done my
back.
due
I know
diligence long enough.
Hold
When
back
we
for
come
45
back,
more seconds. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll step out. We'll come back.
We talking.
I think Kenny had an epiphany yesterday. So
we talking.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, and live here on radio.com and ESPN 1320. We are just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Is D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. We haven't Bryce, are we having some Bryce, is it's all bad on Twitch? Is it? I noticed the dashboard took a really long time to pop up today. Are we all good? Is it fixed? Is it a Twitch problem or is it a D'Lo? We okay?
It's clear on my end.
I feel like we look pretty on Twitch. Like we look like, maybe it's because the screen is small, like super 4K. I saw y'all talking about Ariza and Myers Leonard. Like, yeah, Myers Leonard, he got traded, but OKC's like, yeah, no, we're gonna just let him go away.
Trevor Ariza traded again.
Max knows what's up, dude. I got. Don't look him up because I got the numbers on Trevor Ariza. It's pretty funny. It is something. All right, Twitch. Okay, took forever to start. Okay, all right. Long as we up and going. All right. Manny, I'll give you a bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog if you could get Kenny all set with his
Yeah, Manny, DM me, man, on the Twitter, man, so I can get the direct number, man, so we could talk about this.
Yeah, I'll drop you a bottle if you could get Kenny all taken care of.
We got to get this taken care of.
Ariza to Miami hurts bellies. Yep, it does. It sure does. Sure does, Aaron.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't matter. Just get his ass out of here.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, doesn't even matter.
Get him gone. And I don't even, like, to be honest with you, I don't even mean it like that because I don't think Belly's a bad guy or nothing like that. But it's a waste of time. It's
he
a waste
doesn't want to be here.
Time.
Yeah, right. He doesn't want to be here. Team don't want him here. Go on about your business.
Yeah, good luck.
That is accurate. You're stuck with Gruden forever. Sorry,
yeah,
Will.
Gruden ain't
like
going
you're
nowhere.
Yeah, you're like Gruden. I think Gruden owns the Raiders. I just don't think they could put that in the press release.
Well, look, if the people are talking correctly, Mark Davis don't have enough money to still pay a coach and hire a new one. You're gonna see this thing out.
Told you.
You got
almost there, Raider fans. Only 6 years left.
At best, you got 5 years left to Gruden. Maybe they get him before the final year.
Lazy been hyped for these gyms to open back up, man. That's good stuff. Good. And so you can work out inside. I know I have some buddies who've been going to like CalFit and they've been working out in the parking lots.
Yeah, all winter.
I mean, hey, I know, right? Like, hey,
right around the corner. I got one down the street from me, and
that's good for y'all. That's commitment. Getting it in. Good for y'all. But I'm glad they opened back up.
The basketball courts ain't open up yet, though.
That's true. I did watch. Especially when there's no like Deuce and Mo night chat from the night before. I just wind up watching the whole thing. It's quite sad.
Get Up ain't a bad show.
It can be. It can be. Yep. It can be.
It's okay when it's like how I watch it. I see Get Up maybe once every 3 weeks.
Get Up
is for like 15 minutes.
Get Up is a 45-minute show that just kind of recycles.
Yeah.
Maybe 30. The college hoops tourney is just 2 days away. Countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Hashtag Team McQueen. Throw that up on Instagram if you got a bottle. Snap us a picture. Hashtag Team McQueen.
Yes, indeed. Damien, we're closer to the start of March Madness than we are the weekend. And this past weekend. So I'm going to just throw it in here now.
Okay.
One of the things I loved was Oregon State winning the Pac-12 championship, getting into the tournament when they weren't going to get in as an at-large. And all I was going to say was it's another sign, another reason why college basketball is better than college football.
Okay. This time of year is better.
I mean, it's just a better system.
No, false. Like, because every game, like, this was not an argument I was expecting to have. College football season's way better. The season, because every game is super important.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. You've got teams that are like below 500 in the NCAA tournament.
Do you think Oregon State in football can get into the college football playoff?
Yes, they can, but their entire regular season matters. For Oregon State, I didn't tell you this. I didn't tell you this because of this type of behavior from you. I don't like this gloating behavior. I actually watched Oregon and Oregon State, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Like, I watched a lot of. I watched a lot more college basketball than I tell you, because I feel like if I tell you, you're going to do stuff like this. So I just watch it peacefully and don't share it with you.
Friday and Saturday was great.
But the college, and they could both be great. They could both be great. But college football, you've got a game in the middle of October that could be like super meaningful because you only play 10 and 11. You can't be 4 and 6 and get to get to a bowl game or get to a meaningful bowl game, and you certainly can't get in the college football playoff. Now, I'm not saying that the college football playoff system is perfect, but I'm saying the season in its totality is way more exciting.
Yeah, but you can go undefeated in college football and not make the college football playoff.
Yeah, but that's if you're like in some random, like you're not going to be in the Pac-12, you're not going to be in the SEC or even the ACC, and I don't even like the ACC.
If you're in the Pac-12 or the ACC, you can Virginia. If they're not ranked, see, this is where everything gets messed up. If they're not ranked high enough at the beginning of the season, they can go undefeated in the ACC and not get into the college football playoff. Not in a
major conference, I don't think you can. Because unless your conference is wiped, which has been the case with Pac-12 many times over the last few years. If your conference is, but it is, because it means your quality of opponents aren't good enough.
This all the more reason why
you can't have you can't
dumb.
See, you don't
not better than college basketball.
See, this is what's funny. Like, everybody's all excited, and I'm excited. March Madness, we just said it's 2 days away, right? Like, and I love that you said we're 2 days away from starting March Madness. Meanwhile, you've been telling me for the last 2 weeks that March Madness has already started. But
March Madness started a long time ago.
But you just said it's closer to starting.
Well, I was staying on brand here.
Go run that back. Run that back for me, Jesse. I was
staying on brand. You said March Madness starts in 2 days. I was staying on brand.
See, I didn't say March Madness starts in 2 days. I said the college tourney starts in 2 days. There's a meaning to my madness there. There's a method to my madness.
What they say in court, bailiff, take that from the record.
Here's what I'll say. Everybody loves the Cinderella story right now. Everybody's all excited. Oh, and I told you, I think this could be a pretty wild. I think this is going to be a pretty wild tournament. Mm-hmm. We have no clue what's going to happen. And everybody loves the Cinderella story till we get to like the Elite Eight. Maybe even the Final Four. But if we get to the national title and the storyline is God bless her, Sister Jean, ain't nobody going to be excited about that if they come in there and get walloped by 50 in the national title game or in the NCAA championship or the national championship game. Ain't nobody going to be excited about that. Cinderella's only good like in the opening rounds. It's only good for a couple of rounds. If you potentially get one, like maybe this team really has a chance in the Final Four, maybe like George Mason, like it's good. That just doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't happen very often. That's why it's exciting. That's why you got your Florida Gulf Coast, which is exciting with their Jam City or something like that. You had Sister Jean a couple years ago making it to the Final Four.
Sister Jean's back.
She is back and ready for a run. VCU had run. Like, you get all these things. You got 5-6 teams every year in college football.
Why can't you just enjoy it? Like, why did you have to come out here with? I just got to say, now that we're talking about the McQueen team and all that, I just got to say, college basketball is better. Like, why can't we just enjoy both?
It is better because it is.
All college sports matter, Kenny. All college sports matter.
I feel like football is the only one where it don't matter. Everybody else got it figured out. Volleyball, softball.
When was the last?
They all got it figured out. The only one that don't is college football.
You ain't watched 1 second of college volleyball or college baseball. Knock it off.
I like college volleyball. I'm not saying I watch it.
Why you all lie to all of us? You just gonna tell a bull-faced lie to all of us.
I don't watch water polo.
Do they lower the net so the girls can hit it over?
No, because
if you missed it, just. If you miss Shaquille O'Neal's big proclamation about how, the WNBA could get even hotter if they lower the rim, because good Lord, the ladies of that league haven't heard before. If you lower the rim and dunk, it might be a little bit more exciting.
Unpopular take here. Can I give an unpopular
take? If you
hit,
I swear to God, I want you to think very, very, very hard about what you're about to say. Because my hand to God, I will walk away if you agree with him.
I thought about it. Two things can be equally wrong. Shaq is wrong. And Candace Parker, I love you. Your daughter's not drop stepping, dunking by the time she's playing in the WNBA.
People will get drop step and dunk now.
They're not. It's not. Ooh,
what are you talking about? Griner is drop step.
Griner's the only one.
So what? What does it even matter? Like, dunking doesn't have to be a part of basketball.
I said two things can be equally wrong. Shaq is wrong. I enjoy the WNBA. I enjoy the women's game without the dunking. I don't need that to enjoy the game.
Rebecca Brunson could drop step and dunk. She just didn't do it in a game.
That's what we're talking about. We ain't talking about in an empty gym. He talking about, or she's saying,
why does it matter? I just don't understand. Why does dunking matter? It doesn't. It doesn't. Just say it doesn't.
Equally wrong.
It doesn't matter.
I said numerous times, I enjoy the game whether they're dunking or not. In the women's game, I don't go to the men's game to see dunks or anything either. I just enjoy the game of basketball, so I'm the one that's going to enjoy it always. I don't think Candace's daughter is going to be drop step and dunking.
I don't think Candace even has she has one daughter. Maybe she's just plotting for the future. Maybe I don't know what she's doing. I don't think she has. Pretty sure she only has Layla, the one daughter.
Hey, and she may be pretty tall because that's the one with Sheldon Williams, right?
Yeah.
So she may be pretty tall. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just saying I don't need that to enjoy Candace Parker's daughter playing. It's perfectly fine. I feel
like Shaq just goes, what dumbass thing can I say today? I think it's a bit now. All of the attention that Shaq defense Candace clip got a week ago, I feel like they're going full Skip Bayless, Max Kellerman here, where they're just like, let's get a clip to go viral. What stupid thing can I say? I got you, Candace. I got you, Candace. I'll say something stupid. It'll go viral.
Now, I will say this. Whether me and you, and a lot of other people who love basketball enjoy it for what it is, that's how we enjoy it. Let's also not act like there aren't people who feel the way Shaq does and want to see that. So when people say, "Oh, Shaq is an idiot for that,"
so you tune it. No, it's no. What he's an idiot for? No, he's not an idiot. I'm not calling anybody an idiot. What the whole conversation is stupid for is you're talking about lowering the rim. Mm-hmm. You're talking about lowering the rim so girls can dunk. How do you think their jump shot is going to go? The jump shot that they've been working on for the last 18, 19, 20, 25 years, whatever it may be. How do you think that jump shot is going to go when suddenly the rim is a foot shorter?
Damian, I don't disagree with you. I enjoy it the way it is, but to act like there aren't people out there that feel the way Shaq does.
Think through these stupid ass takes then. Like, think through, what are the ramifications of lowering a rim a foot or a half a foot? What are the ramifications for it? Ain't nobody going to hit a jump shot ever again.
That's not necessarily true. Have you ever played in somebody's backyard? You figure it out. Like that. You figure it out. You ever played?
That's a great idea. There's the WNBA 26th season. We'll figure it out.
No, I'm saying, you ever played basketball in somebody's backyard that has a 7-foot rim and you're playing so you guys can dunk? When you were 10, you figured it out. It wasn't 10 feet, but you got used to it. So
correct. I also wasn't playing at the highest level either.
They shouldn't. Damian, listen to me. They should not do it. They shouldn't even consider it. But all I'm saying is people are like, Shaq, you're an idiot for saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that, but you're an idiot for even coming up with that. There's probably a very big contingency of people who feel like, yeah, it's just not exciting. I don't want to see this below the rim game. I want to see it. We got to be, look, if you're trying to promote this game and build this game up, you can't just dismiss everything that comes across the board as being dumb. You may not do it, you may not agree with it, but if somebody like Shaq is saying,
let me acknowledge Poker Pro Eric here. Let me bring the chat right in here at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, because this is the type of idiotic stuff I expect Poker Pro Eric to send us. Is Damon going to point out that golf plays on shorter tees or that women play on shorter matches in tennis? Yes, Poker Pro Eric. And you know what else they've done? Their entire careers. This is what you're missing. You just think lowering the rim, all of a sudden, like the game isn't going to change. Like you're going to change one aspect of the game so they can dunk. Man, this is stupid. Move on. Go. Let's talk about. Give us your big Deshaun Watson take. I swear to God, talking about women's sports to men, like men have the most fragile freaking egos, and Shaq is one of them. Poker Pro Eric is another one. It's just this absurd thing where you hate hearing about, oh, the women's game is different. It's not the same as the men. And guess what, Shaq? It doesn't need to be like your game. It doesn't need to be like the game that you've played your entire life. It's a different game. Just as the golf sport, the golf tees are set up for different, it's a different game. Tennis for women, it's a different game. They're different games.
I don't even think women's basketball is a different game. But once again, I'm a basketball guy. I look at women's basketball, and yeah, maybe I would never even think that women's basketball is a different game. It's basketball. They play basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But I'm different. I watch whatever basketball is ever in front of me. And I appreciate it for what it is. I don't think it's a different game at all.
Okay, cool. Trent Williams signed with the San Francisco 49ers yesterday. It appears Alex Mack is on his way here. And I think we had Epiphany Part 2. Because something has changed with you since this Trent Williams signing. You're excited about the 49ers. I expected that. I expected these free agent signings to get you a little bit, even though they're the same ones. We spoke all offseason about the 49ers offseason has been little bit longer than the NFL's offseason. But we spoke about, let's get this certain group of guys that are already on let's make sure that they're locked up with San Francisco and kind of build from there moving forward. Okay. Trent Williams was the most important piece. You could argue Kyle Juszczyk is a really, really important piece. We haven't even mentioned Emmanuel Mosley. Alex Mack, some work on that offensive line is important. And I posed the question to you right before the break and before that ridiculous argument just started. I like what they're doing with that offensive line. I feel comfortable, not comfortable. I feel better about Jimmy Garoppolo being under center or who's ever under center. And your eyes lit up a little bit.
So my outlook for the 49ers in this offseason is I wanted to see them. There wasn't nobody out there in free agency that I wanted them to get. They didn't have a whole lot of money coming into it. I said, if you could re-sign some of these top free agents that you have, the offseason would be pretty much a success as far as signing free agents. They've done that. It's a success. They have taken care of home. They've taken care of Trent Williams, Juszczyk. I want them to still take care of K'Wan Williams. That's a big one. They got to figure out how to get him back in there. But they've done that. And they've set themselves up to go out there, do what you have to do to get Deshaun Watson. It's time. It's time. Do what you need to do to go get Deshaun Watson. Because there's a couple things going on in Houston right now. Number one, get Deshaun the hell out of Texas. I'm going to just say that right now. Get him the hell out of Texas. Number two, I listen to my people out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm tapped in to what's going on in Houston. And they think Deshaun going to move. They think they're going to move. And we mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but the Tyrod Taylor signing, they don't look at that as a depth thing. They look at that as
that's our starting quarterback.
That's our starting quarterback. And Tyrod signed there as a free agent, he had options. And Tyrod, from what we can tell, he's not going to go to Houston just to go to Houston. He's not going to go anywhere just to go anywhere. He's going to look at the situation that is best for him to possibly start and lead that team. And he chose Houston. So I think Deshaun is on the move. And people see, here's the other thing. I talk to my people. I listen to my people out there in Houston, and they're still with this old antiquated idea that Miami and New York have the best package for Deshaun Watson. If you pay attention to anything, and we got a Dolphins fan in the circle with us here with our guy JT, but if you pay attention to anything, Miami's not doing anything to open up a spot for quarterback. They just signed Jacoby Brissett. They're not opening up anything at quarterback. Tua is there. That's the guy they're going with.
Yep.
People need to get it through their head. Wipe Miami off the table. I don't care what they got to offer. Get them off. They're not getting a quarterback. They're not in the market for a quarterback. Get them out of there. New York, you could talk about New York with the number 2 pick and all this other stuff. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that separates New York, and people say Carolina is going to go hard after Deshaun Watson. And they could get Deshaun Watson. They're willing to give a boatload of picks and all this other stuff for Deshaun. Here's what separates San Francisco from both of those situations. If he goes to New York or if he goes to Carolina, not only are they not ready to do anything right now, they're giving up the future.
So can I stop you?
3, 4 first-round picks.
I don't want to interrupt your flow there, but he has a no-trade clause, and it doesn't appear New York or Carolina are even remote destinations. And I know this is my honest, gut, because I know there's more that you want to say. Is everybody is speculating at this point? John McClain, a guy who has been all over this story since it first happened in covering the Houston Texans, covering the Deshaun Watson thing. He wrote this morning, the Texans haven't said they're not trading Watson since January. I expect him to be traded. That's interesting because he was the first one. He was the one who put out it's going to take 3 first-rounders and 2 defensive starters. I believe to a certain degree, John McClain is well connected with the Houston Texans, and he may even be getting a certain amount of information from the Houston Texans. But again, Diana Rossini, another person who covers the NFL, we talked about the conversation with why can't it? Nick Kasarian, the general manager, where he will take everybody's call. Hey, how you doing? Good to hear from you. No, everything's good. Wife's great. Kids are great. Hey, how's Deshaun? Hey, it was good talking to you. I'll talk to you later. As soon as the conversation shifts to Deshaun Watson, he hangs up the phone. Everybody has been adamant. They're not trading him. They're not trading him. They're not trading him. This morning was the first time that a reporter with obvious connections has said, I think he's going to be traded, or to exact quote him, I expect him to be traded. And then there was the report yesterday. Again, it feels like all of a sudden this stuff started to pick up with free agency getting underway. All of those teams that you were just talking about that were allegedly originally on some sort of fictitious list, those are all gone. Right now it appears to be Denver and San Francisco.
Those are the 2 teams that Deshaun is rumored to want to go to. I will throw Carolina.
And he has say. That's important to point out. He has say in this.
I will throw Carolina in there.
Okay.
Carolina has.
I can't imagine why Deshaun would want to do that, but
he's not far from where's Clemson.
Okay. South Carolina.
And you can't discount that.
Okay.
I think if because the other thing that they talked about is there's going to have to be a little give and take here with Deshaun if he wants to move. It can't, he may have leverage, but to make this work, he can't just say, I'm not going nowhere but San Francisco and Denver. There's teams that he's like, no, I'm not going there. He can say that. But if they're like, look, Carolina is willing to make a deal. Are you willing to budge on that? He may budge on Carolina. I can understand that. But it's the same thing. And people talk about Denver too. All these teams, I've said it since day one, all these teams really outside of the suspect nature of the people who run that franchise and in that whole area, they all give the same situation that he's in right now, football-wise, that the Houston Texans do. New York, Carolina, Denver, subpar teams. He leaves one
who
bad
now have no draft picks moving forward.
No draft picks moving forward, just like Houston doesn't.
Right.
They all go from one bad football situation to a next. If he comes to San Francisco, I'm not saying that the draft isn't important. I'm not saying that you can just give away anything. But let's just say the Niners gave 3 first-rounders and 2 threes over the next 4 years or whatever the case may be. They're good.
Mm-hmm.
They're good.
Yep.
They can do that, and they're good. All their guys not only are here, but they're signed now. Everybody's signed. The line is taken care of. Kittle's taken care of. Ayuk and Samuel are still on rookie deals. You got your secondary that you can bolster in this draft. I think if they still handled this situation, they'd be able to work out the Fred Warner situation. Bosa's on a rookie deal. They're good. They're straight, and nobody in the NFL can match that type of situation with the compensation going back to Houston that the 49ers can. It's the move to make. It's the move. Nobody can match up resume-wise. It's got everything. It's a team allegedly he wants to go to. It's a team that can win immediately when he gets there, and they can mortgage the future to win right now. Nobody else can do that.
So you've made the case. You've laid that out there. So how about this? What does it take to give up? What do you have to give up if you're the San Francisco 49ers? Because now what you have to start measuring is what do you offer if you're the San Francisco 49ers? And this is, of course, is assuming that they're even going to take your call. Mm-hmm. Like, what do you offer that even gets them to take your call? Because we read about Russell Wilson, Chicago Bears, and this is just mind-boggling to think. Two starters, a third, and 3 number ones, and Chicago said no? Or excuse me, Seattle said no. Seattle said no to that. For a quarterback they might lose next season. For a 32-year-old quarterback, they might lose next season. And I love Russell Wilson. He is the franchise. He is that guy. There's no question about that. But 3 number ones, a 3, and 2 starters, and Seattle said no. What do you do if you're San Francisco, if you're John Lynch, if you're Kyle Shanahan, to even get Nick to take your call, to even get him to return the voicemail you left him, to get him to even respond to the "you up" text? What do you offer? Like, hey, send him some jersey numbers with "you up." Like, how do you get him to respond to that?
So here's the thing that the Niners can play with. They're not necessarily working out of a situation of desperation. Like if they don't make this Deshaun Watson deal, they're still good. They're still good. So they can come to them and say, hey, they don't have to. We don't have to make this deal. We want to make it, but we're willing to give you this. We're willing to do some stuff, but we don't have to. We're not at a place of desperation. We're not. So you can work with us or not. We just want to make a deal. And they're going to come with the best package. And Houston's going to look around and they're going to talk to Deshaun, and everything is only going to match up in the best situation with the 49ers. Now, here's how I would negotiate it. And you tell me if I'm wrong, because you say I'm not a good negotiator. I would work backwards. I would say, Nick, call me back, make whatever deal you want. Tell me what you want. And I would work backwards. Why not?
So I guess, you know what? I can't say you can't do that, because we've got to reset your position here, because we haven't talked about this for a few months. Mm-hmm. You're willing to give up George Kittle?
No, I don't think so. I was willing to give up Nick Bosa.
So you're willing to give up Nick Bosa. You call with what does it take? Doesn't the conversation start with, I want 3 first-round picks, George Kittle and Nick Bosa?
You can always come back to that. But then once they establish what they're at, now you know what you're working with. And you can always go back to that.
I don't think that's how negotiations work. Like if you set them up there, you could set them up there, and that's how you measure. You used the term desperate a second ago. That's how you measure how desperate they are. And that was obviously a super hypothetical. You start with 4 first rounders. I want 4 first rounders, George Kittle and Nick Bosa.
That's a no.
We can't do that. Okay, you know what, John, you're right. Let's work here. What can we work? Okay, 3 first rounders, a third rounder, George Kittle and Nick Bosa. You can create this hard stance, because if you could create this hard stance if you're Washington to measure how desperate San Francisco is.
If you're Houston.
If you're Houston, sorry, you could create this desperate situation. No. Because if you're the 49ers, no, we can't do that. We can't give up George Kittle and Nick Bosa.
You said Washington.
Oh, sorry. You know what? Let's stop. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll finish this. 916-349-1320 if you want to get on this, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We'll be back more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Here's Will in here. He hates the Niners. He just want to see the Niners lose. He says Niner fans are biased. He just thinks the Niners are trash.
I think the 49ers can win the division right now.
No, when you hear people like this, you can't take them seriously because they're not having a real conversation. They just want to say,
wait a minute. Why? Well, whoa. Like, why not? Like, what's so outlandish about what he said? Because
he thinks it's ridiculous. Just like you said, without Deshaun, the Niners have no chance in winning the NFC
I didn't
West.
say. Whoa. When did I say that?
You didn't say. That's what he's saying. That's what he said. He said it plenty of times the other day.
Oh, okay.
Jimmy's trash, and Niners believe in.
Well, but I don't think
all this other stuff.
Well, I'm not privy to all of that, but I don't think it's a bad question to ask. Can the 49ers win the division as constructed? I don't think that's a crazy question.
No, it's not. And I would say yes, they could. But I would say this: anybody in the NFC West, and you know how I feel about the Cardinals, I could see them winning the division. That division is so stacked.
Sure.
I think all four teams win. So to sit up here, if you're going to have a conversation with me and you're going to say, oh, the Niners have no chance of winning the division with Jimmy Garoppolo, then you're not being real. Because I'm not saying Jimmy's the greatest ever, and I'm not saying that the Niners are a lock to win a division. But to sit up here and say they have no shot to win a division with Jimmy Garoppolo, that's now we're not having a real conversation. You're just talking. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool if that's your opinion, but
I think it's fair to ask the question if they have a chance to win the division. I think it's absurd to say they have no chance to win the division because that's just not how the NFL works, period.
They certainly have a chance to win.
Of course they do. I think they have a great chance to win the division, and we'll get to this, but I don't think they're the worst team in the division.
I don't think so either. I think Seattle's the worst team.
Well, thanks for blowing that during the commercial break. So
well, okay, you said that. We've said that.
Yeah, I think we did.
My bad, no partner. My bad.
No, we'll get it. It'll be new for everybody else.
It'll be new on the radio.
I don't know how you come back from this if you're Seattle. I feel like Seattle's just stuck.
I also don't think they're very good to begin with.
And then eventually they're gonna kill Russell Wilson. That offensive line, they're just going to get Russell Wilson killed. It's the same thing that's ultimately was going to happen with Deshaun Watson if he stayed in Houston or if he chooses to stay in Houston. And again, you talk about there being no chance of something. That's what I believe there's no chance in is him staying in Houston. These offensive lines are going to get him killed.
No.
Or cut, and obviously figurative, they're going to get their careers cut desperately short.
Yeah, he ain't staying there. And after all this nonsense, he if you thought he was serious about not playing next year, before, no, he ain't playing.
I don't think that Jimmy G is not one of the top quarterbacks. Like y'all, I don't know where y'all get what aisle is that Kool-Aid in? Because
they don't. That's what I'm saying. They're not listening. They're not trying to have a good conversation. Nobody ever said that.
But that second line, I think, is right. The new offensive line, the new center, which was a huge problem for them last year.
Well,
and I mean, if that in and of itself helps keep Garoppolo healthy. It keeps him from getting hit. At least you hope that it does. I think he is better. I think he's instantly better with the better offensive line.
Jimmy Garoppolo is an average to above average quarterback. You can win if you're stacked. Like I think they close are. I don't want to say they're set because they got to take care of the running back situation. But when you have weapons that they do, you can win with Jimmy Garoppolo. If they have the Jets roster, no, they're not going to win with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not that type of quarterback. There's not many who are, but they have weapons all over the place. He can deliver the bacon when you have weapons all over the place.
Yeah, that ain't going to do it. 49ers. Oh, okay. Maybe I think I'm reading your thing wrong. Yeah, Warner, second, third. That ain't going to do it. Fred Warner might, but there's going to have to be at minimum three.
I don't know.
Three first rounds or maybe even four.
I don't even know who's saying that. I've heard everybody be like, give him 3 first rounders. I ain't heard not
the
one
conversation
say second and a third.
The conversation doesn't even start if you don't start with 3 first rounders. Like you can't even get a return call if you don't say that.
Nah.
It's been a contentious couple of days here. D'Lo and KC switched out. We're going to war with everybody.
Everybody. Let me start with Ramsey. Ramsey, if you can see him on the chat, talking about SF football fans are on a planet delusional about their football team. How? How?
It's a good football team. Like here's one thing that we haven't talked about today as we've praised Trent Williams and we like them keeping certain acquisitions. Here's one thing that we haven't talked about that I think is really, really important to the season. That team was decimated. That San Francisco 49ers team was decimated by injuries last year. Right? That's not even an argument. From week 2 on, they were just decimated by injuries. And still on both sides of the ball. And still what was his name? Brian Allen. God bless him. That was the guy who was out there playing quarterback, who had the worst cornerback ranking, I think, in the history of professional football. But still, you had a defensive coordinator that got you in the vicinity of a top 10 defense, who was so good. Most of the year. Who was so good when the season ended. Everybody knew, Robert Saleh's gone. Like this was a team that finished. What did they finish? 6-10, 7-9, 6-10, and you knew you were losing your defensive coordinator. That's how well he did with a decimated defense last year and a terrible secondary. That's how good he was at his job. He's gone though. He's gone though.
I'm not tripping off Robert Saleh leaving.
That's right. I forgot. Throw back to yesterday. If you missed it, it's in the podcast. Kenny hates coaches. I forgot. They're useless.
That's not the case. I'm not tripping off of it. I think I'm glad that he got his head coaching job, and for the amount of work that he put in and him getting that resume built up, he deserves it. But have I been tripping off Robert Saleh once this year?
No, you haven't. Like I brought it up. Like that's my take. That's my opinion.
I ain't tripping.
Okay,
I ain't tripping.
That's because you hate coaches. Like that's fine.
No, because if Kyle left, I'd be tripping. I think Kyle is a top coach. I think Robert Saleh, I got to see more from him. But when you have these conversations,
he did a hell of a job last year, though.
He did a good job. He did a good job.
Okay,
he did a good job.
I'm not gonna fight with you on another coach and ask you to give him more credit, especially since he's gone. It doesn't even matter.
He did a good job. I saw that defense get lit up a few times.
Yeah, but overall, the overall picture, he was good.
That's why I said he was good. See, Damian just went. See, Damian's turning to me. He just want to fight me.
Yeah, maybe I do.
I literally just said he did a good job.
All right. He did a good job. We leave it at that.
But
I'll just put it like this. I'm thinking more about the defensive coordinator and the loss of him than you are. I'll say that.
One thing about that is I think the continuity of having the same coach for that would have been like 3 or 4 years. Sure. That's something that I'm maybe worried about more than Robert Saleh in general. Just the continuity of having guys that have been in his system, because I don't know if the system's going to change. But I don't know if it's going to change up, and they got to get used to it.
And so they hired within, so that's probably an important point to note too. Is that there is I don't want to be dramatic and equate it to Dwayne Casey and Nick Nurse, but Nick Nurse was an internal, hire who took over that head coaching spot.
Right.
Not a lot changed. Obviously there are some things that did change, but in terms of like day-to-day, not a lot changed when you read some of that behind-the-scenes stuff and the way Nick Nurse chose to approach that job. Maybe that'll be the same case in terms of the defensive end for the San Francisco 49ers.
The quote-unquote culture was already set. The foundation was already laid, and it just got heightened in Toronto when Nick Nurse took over. It's DeMarco Ryan is the defensive coordinator, right? I think it is.
Yeah, DeMarco he was. Ryan. What was he? The linebackers?
Yeah, linebackers or line coach, one of the two. So maybe he does more of the same. But when you have these conversations, I want to get back to some Ramsey said and Will last. Shout out to Will in the chat or whatever. Everybody come on here, and I make no bones about it. I'm a 49er fan. I like to see them do well. I root for them to do well. It's no secret, but I have real conversations And if you're sitting up here and you're talking about the NFC West and you say, the Niners with Jimmy G thinking that they can win the NFC West, now you're on planet delusional. Fam, you're not being real. Because I look at the NFC West, and you know how I feel about the Cardinals, Damian. I'm not a Cardinals fan. But I look at the NFC West, and I say all four of those teams, you can make an argument for all four of those teams winning the division. With Jimmy, with Deshaun, whatever. You can make an argument for all four. So if you sit up here and tell me I'm delusional or Niner fans are delusional for thinking that they can win a division with Jimmy G, now you just hating. Now you just trying to dismiss for the sake of dismissing. Because I don't look at it. I could see a scenario where all four of those teams can win the NFC West. And that's just being real because it's probably the best or one of the two best divisions in the game.
We thought that was the case last year as well. We thought this division was loaded as well. Ian Rappaport is reporting this right now. Schefter's jumping in with some details here.
Schefter late.
He is late. Instead of cutting Rodney Hudson, the Raiders are trading him for they're trading Rodney Hudson and a 7th-round pick to Arizona for a 3rd-round pick. So tying into this conversation, so far just today, Arizona has landed with a 33-year-old A.J. Green and Rodney Hudson as well. Those are two. I'm not going to call Rodney Hudson an offensive weapon, but he is a damn good center. He's a good offensive lineman, and for a running back for a quarterback who likes to run around the way Kyler Murray does, that could be extremely beneficial for them. The addition of A.J. Green, we thought this was a tough division yesterday before we went to bed. We woke up, and now it's a division that just got a little bit tougher for the San Francisco 49ers.
Absolutely. This division is stacked. It's a tough division.
And the team that I thought was going to win the division last year is a team, and everyone on the chat knows this because we spoiled it during the commercial break.
I spoiled it. Jamie had nothing to do with it. I spoiled it.
But that's fine. That's fine. We're talking to a broader audience here. I think you can make the argument Seattle's the worst team in the division this upcoming season.
I think they are. I think they definitely are.
Man, I don't know how you recover from this strife, this marital strife that you're having with Russell Wilson right now.
I don't know how you recover from that, just locker room wise. And that's before we talk about the personnel. They're probably going to lose Chris Carson. They cut.
They are,
Dunlap.
yeah.
They cut Dunlap. They lost Shaquille Griffin, who was their best secondary, and a terrible secondary. I mean, they're losing guys left and right. We'll see what they do. Free agency starts in 6 minutes. We'll see. Well, officially starts in 6 minutes. We'll see what they do then. But right now, they're looking bleak, and I'm not talking Memphis.
Yeah, and just mentally, I don't know. I mean, like what? He's still the guy. He's still the guy with the massive usage rate. He's still the guy who has to do anything because as of right now, we're, technically free agency starts in 6 minutes, but in reality, free agency started 2 days ago. Other than this conversation, other than conversations tied around Russell Wilson, has Seattle done anything? Like anything whatsoever other than, as you pointed out, Keel Witherspoon. That's right. They did get a Keel Witherspoon. But you mentioned they lost Shaq Griffin. They lost, I guess technically I don't think Carson is signed with someone else, but they didn't franchise him. So they kind of put themselves in a difficult spot right there. You've got this Russell Wilson situation. And when I think about whether the report of the 3 first and the 2 starters or whatever from Chicago was true, whether that's true, like what is, if you're Seattle, like what is your future? Because you've got Russell Wilson, you've got a pillar in the National Football League in terms of top 5 quarterbacks. Like you've got one.
Right.
But as seems to be the case with some of these, you haven't done anything to help. You haven't built around them at all.
No, I think they are going to try it one more time with Russell. And I understand that because you got Russell Wilson. Sure. I completely understand them saying.
But you've been riding with that line. You've been riding with that line, though, now for a couple of years. That line, we got Russell Wilson.
I agree. I 100% agree. I'm with you. They might be the worst team in a division. They are on their way out. But you got a Russell Wilson. And he's the argument would be that he's taken this team last year that was terrible and they won the division. So you try it again just to get into the playoffs and see what happens.
Man.
So that's what it is. We got here the funny thing. Here's the funny thing that happens. We're in the chat. We got my guy Ramsey talking about Arizona. He said Arizona beat San Francisco 24-20 in Levi's week 1 last season, and Arizona's gotten better. That's great. But my man Murph, this is what people don't realize. Niners beat the Cardinals twice last year, or beat the Cardinals once last year with their practice squad, but we're already crowning the Cardinals. Got it. This is a good division, man. I think all 14, once again, even as bad as we think Seahawks may be, if they have Russell Wilson, I think they still got a shot.
Yeah, I don't think Seattle is 4-12. That's not what I mean. Yeah. Like, I think Seattle could very well be 8-8, 7-9, and I think that could wind up constituting the worst team in the conference because look at us, we still haven't talked about the Los Angeles Rams yet.
Yeah.
And they
who may be the best.
They made a rather notable notable change this offseason.
Yeah.
I know you're not big on Matt Stafford, but
he's good though. He's good. He's better than Jared Goff.
Exactly. He's better than Jared Goff.
He's better than Jared Goff, absolutely. So
and Aaron Donald still wears a Los Angeles Rams uniform. So
Aaron Donald, yeah. He's great. Great player.
Okay. I feel like you're walking up to a tee to hit a different ball right now.
I mean, I'm just saying I don't ever see him in the playoffs, but he's a great player.
Okay.
He's a great player. The thing with the Cardinals though, I think they have the worst head coach in the division.
Bit early. Well, I guess. I mean, Kyle Shanahan. I mean, who's? Yeah. I mean, I don't even. That's probably not an argument. I mean, because look at the coaches in the division. I think Kyle Shanahan is a good coach. I think he has a big year ahead of him.
Oh yeah, he's got to win this year. He's got to win.
Now that I think about it, how much evidence is there that Kyle Shanahan is a good coach?
Well, to be honest with you, if you look at his record,
right?
If you look at his record, I think he's still under 500.
Like we believe he's a great offensive coordinator because we saw it in action with Washington. Mm-hmm. We saw it on full display with Atlanta. We know what he did the year everybody was healthy with the San Francisco 49ers. But man, I mean,
it's one of those things where you have.
Is he third? If we rank the division, is he third? Is it Pete Carroll? Well, I mean, Sean McVay.
It depends on how you want to go about it.
Yeah,
like I said, I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan,
but I'm fine if you put Cliff Kingsbury last because just look who's in with Pete Carroll, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay. And
this is another thing. You have to see what's going on. You can't necessarily go off of wins, losses, and resumes and things that I ain't trying. I've seen Cliff Kingsbury do some dumb things.
He's the only one who hasn't been to a Super Bowl. That's a great point by our man Jesse. He's the only coach in the division who hasn't been to a Super Bowl. A bit misleading, but completely accurate.
Yeah. So I just think it's a tough division, and if you're dismissing anybody in that division as is, I'm talking about with the Niners with Jimmy Garoppolo, then you're just. You're not being realistic, in my opinion.
So what about you're listening to D-Lo and KC? These 12 o'clock hours have become exhausting. I don't know what the hell has happened to us these last 2 days.
It's the Kings. Blame it on the Kings.
I think the Kings just got us on edge. You're listening to D-Lo and KC, and now Danny in San Francisco is trying to hype us up like before every show. To like get into something, and now it's just happening organic. Like I think he's trying to turn me and Kenny against each other. Like he's waiting to see which one of us emerges as Shawn Michaels and throws the other one through the barbershop window. A reference that he doesn't get, which
who's
makes
trying
me
to
happy.
run out of the window.
He tried to escape through the barbershop window. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you are here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll follow us there or head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the follow. If you're watching, a lot of you are. We greatly appreciate it. Please hit the thumbs up. That is a very, very, very big deal for us. And if you go back and check the video yesterday, you'll see why it is such a big deal for us. So we appreciate that. And again, those listening on radio.com or ESPN1320, man, welcome in. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be with you all the way up until Kings basketball tonight at 4 o'clock. We'll all break and go get in front of our television set to watch the two worst defenses in the league Go at it. We'll talk about the Kings as the day progresses, and we should know who's starting for Marvin Bagley. We should. We might in about an hour and a half when Luke Walton speaks to the media before the game. As soon as we get that, of course, we will pass it along to you. Can we stick with football? I do want to get to the Kings. I do want to get to some things that Jason Anderson wrote, but I'd like to stick with football here for a few minutes because one of the other teams that is allegedly on this mysterious Deshaun Watson wish list. Now, there's a big difference between Russell Wilson's wish list and Deshaun Watson's wish list. Russell Wilson's list came from his agent. There is no denying what teams he wanted to play for. Yeah. Deshaun Watson is like rumors and allegedly and apparently and sources close to say that in addition to the San Francisco 49ers, the other team on the list is the Denver Broncos. One thing that, you and I had kind of kept our eyes on over the course of the last couple of days, or excuse me, over the course of the last couple of weeks, maybe even last couple of months, was Von Miller and what his status was ultimately going to be with the Denver Broncos. And so he's back and he's sticking around. He's going to be a part of the Denver Broncos. And if that's a desirable destination for Houston, you start looking over there and go, okay, what do they have? Their ability to win now. You look at the division. You could argue that division is tough. You could, if you made the argument that the AFC West is as tough as the NFC West, I'd listen because you obviously got the Chiefs there. Your new favorite quarterback on the planet, Justin Herbert, is there, and the Chargers, and maybe they're building something, and God knows what's going on in the desert. Like I don't know that they're not folding over. I don't know what the Raiders are doing, but they're there. Is Denver like is Denver like if Deshaun, if the ultimate goal is like I want to go win right now, like I'm tired of waiting, like I need a team that has a future. Is Denver one of those teams? Like, are there enough pieces there for Denver to give up to go to Houston and say, hey, take this, send us Deshaun Watson, and Deshaun Watson walks into the Mile High City going, we could win this year. We can knock off the Kansas City Chiefs. We could take away their run on this division. We could take away the AFC Championship, and we could head to the Super Bowl next year.
No, not at all.
Okay,
not at all. I mean, and if he doesn't care about that, then that's cool too. Denver. I don't know why you would want to go to Denver, but if you want to go to Denver, then so be it.
I don't think
you're not winning. You're not winning. And that's, once again, this is why I come up with the 49ers. And people, I keep saying it, name a team with a better situation. They can afford to get rid of 3 first-rounders and be good. The Panthers, the Jets, the Broncos, they can't do that.
Yeah. I hear you.
Denver's on the same. They're on the same thing. So it's up to Deshaun. I mean, if he just wants to get out of Houston, and I don't want to say winning doesn't matter, but his main objective is just get away from the Texans, and he doesn't really care what the future is looking like for these other teams, then sure, that'll open it up to a lot of different teams. But if he wants the combination of leaving and winning, having the best chance to win, there's really only one situation. It's really only one situation. And then the other thing about it is, and I don't know if Houston, how they feel about it or whatever, but trading within the conference. I know me personally,
that's another one.
I would not be trading in the conference. I wouldn't do that. So that eliminates your New Englands. That eliminates Denver even. Maybe I wouldn't feel that way about the Jets because I feel like the Jets are a long ways away. So I really wouldn't be tripping off that. But that eliminates a lot of teams. I'd get them to the other conference. Absolutely. That might be a scenario why Seattle didn't do nothing with Chicago.
Yeah. Yes, it might be. But God bless it.
I would have it that way. That's how I would be.
You wouldn't trade within the conference? If
I could help it, I would never trade within the conference.
I get not trading it. And I understand, like, number one, you don't trade in the division. Especially when you're talking like Russell Wilson,
Deshaun Watson. The quarterback is trash.
Like Donovan McNabb.
That is so disrespectful.
Donovan McNabb. I still don't get, like, if you've never seen Donovan McNabb working out in the ocean, it's one of those, like, what do you... what are you doing? Like he did this big workout that they put out videos for, like Donovan McNabb. It's very similar to Drew Brees pushing a sled in a Holiday Inn parking lot or wherever the hell that he was. He's doing like drop steps in the ocean with like the waves hitting him, and it's like what? Like what point are you making right now? Like what are you doing? And Philadelphia was like, yeah, just send him to Washington. We're good. We're moving along.
Yeah, that's crazy. That I'm not interested in that.
But if the division opponent, or if the conference opponent is offering you 3 first-rounders and a starter, I mean, do you push for 4 and say, hey, it's done? Like, did Seattle respond like, hey, we don't like this, but if you make it 4 first-rounders, like it's a done deal? And Chicago said no. Somebody get Andy Dalton on the phone?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Seattle.
And again, none of this may be real. None of this may be real. But man.
Unless they're just committed to running it back one more time, no matter what. That's the only reason I would get for passing on a package like that, because that was a lot. That was a haul.
To me, I guess if I knew better, I'd be a general manager. To me, that's
the thing about it is
like running it back one more year. Unless you look at your team and go, we can win the Super Bowl. We can win the Super Bowl right now. If that's how Seattle looks at their team and goes, we could win the Super Bowl. We just got to keep Russell Wilson. And if we win the Super Bowl, Russell Wilson's going to be happy. Like they can't look at that roster and go, this is a Super Bowl caliber roster. Like we are covered on all ends.
But you know what, Damian, in football, how I feel is just get in. Just get in. And if you feel like you can get in, then you take it from there. Just get in.
Okay.
And I said, if you feel like you can get in, then you give it one more shot. And this is probably not what shrewd GMs or anything do, but Russell Wilson is the best player in the history of your organization. You give it one more shot. I don't have if I'm a Seahawks fan, if I'm the Seahawks, I don't have a problem with giving it one more shot.
Do you think they've gone to Russell Wilson and said, hey fam, what can we do? Tell us. Tell us what you want. What do you want to do? We saw your list. Dak, Jameis, Taysom, Andy Dalton. We saw your list. Like we want you to be here. We want you to be here. What do you want us to do? Like you want an input? Okay, we've got input. Here's our salary cap structure. What do you want us to do? Do you think that they've done that? Do you think that, because remember, that's what all of this started. That was the remark that he made on the Dan Patrick show was, I feel like when you invest this much into your team and your team invests this much into you, you should be a part of the process. You should have some say in what's going on. You should at least be in the discussions. Do you think that Russell Wilson is in the discussions now?
Off the top of my head, just my gut, I don't think they've talked at all.
I don't think they have either. That's the thing. I don't think they have either.
Yeah, I think they're beefing right now. I don't think they've talked at all, and that's a problem too. But
man,
yeah,
they're like you and I. We only talk from 12 to 4. We're beefing the rest of the day. The other 20 hours a day, we're beefing.
But look, real quick though, Niners wise, I feel good about the Niners with Jimmy G. I feel good about the Niners with Jimmy Garoppolo. If they got Deshaun, you'd have to hose me down. But
good Lord.
Like with Jimmy,
you're taking that day off. You're taking that day off. If Deshaun Watson winds up,
I'm going 24 hours.
Okay.
If they get Deshaun Watson at 1 a.m. like they did Trent Williams,
everyone's gonna have YouTube and Twitch
now. Like no, even the hell with that. I'm going on 1320.
Okay.
I'm going to connect on my Comrex.
He's just going to connect and like there's going to be some show playing in the background and Kenny's just going to start talking. He's going to start talking between breaths. I believe it. Kyle Madson's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
And then he's going to call me at 1 a.m. like, you got to get on. I'm not going to do that.
You know damn well he will too. Okay, guys. It's the 12-hour Deshaun Watson show. We can do this. It happens to coincide with the 8-hour NFL draft show, so you guys are going to go a cool 20 hours. Is that good, guys? We good? We good with that 20-hour show?
Whew.
But at least
Not
he'll
my-
give it. He's given us notice, so we'll have
Yeah.
that. Kyle Madson covers the San Francisco 49ers for Candlestick Chronicles, Niners Wire, and 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. We're going to talk Kings coming up here in just about 5 minutes. Steven got me laughing. Air horns every 49 seconds.
Book it.
That's real talk. I'd fully expect that to happen. What do you think about what the Patriots have done? Patriots they're spending money everywhere. They've dropped more money on free agency than like they spent $53 million in the 2018, 19, and 20 off seasons. They spent $137.5 million in the last couple of days.
They making it rain.
I mean, I know that's not Bill Belichick's thing normally, but you got to admire. I mean, I appreciate the fact he recognizes this team stinks. Like they had no weapons. They had they went out to try to get Hunter Henry. Like they're building the 2 tight end system again that they had with Gronk and the other tight end. And at least he's not sitting on his hands. Like they're trying to figure this out. They're trying to put something together. They're trying to get back to the top of that AFC East as best they can.
Hey, you gotta love that. And you got, I mean, Bill
doesn't always work. Like spending money doesn't always work. But
look, he's not gonna be there forever. So he ain't no rebuild going on here. We trying to make it happen. Leezy in the chat says Bill pulled out that stimulus.
Dude, that's
Bill got the stimmy.
He got the stimmy. He was like, "Hey, let's go to work, Bobby. Let's go to work, Bobby. Let's step out. Let's come back. Let's talk about the Kings." Jason Anderson wrote some things as we're waiting to find out who starts in place of Marvin Bagley tonight, and is that the same guy who starts for Marvin Bagley in the foreseeable future? We'll dive into that as the team gets ready to step on the floor against the Washington Wizards in the nation capital tonight as D'Lo and Casey continue here live on Twitch, on YouTube, on radio.com, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kyle's joining us on the stream, or am I calling him?
You can call him.
Let me turn this light off.
I didn't ask if he wants to join on the stream. I guess I could ask him. You got his number, right?
Yeah, it should be in the slide.
All right.
That's a little better. That's a little better. I don't know what's up with the light today. Damien, I'm having one of those days.
Yeah, but man, I'm familiar.
The light just ain't hitting the way it should.
I started opening. It don't matter today because it's overcast, but I started pulling the shades in front of me to try to get some natural light in here.
Poor Manny is not engaged at all during the football. He is done.
Dude, I love, not that I'm wallowing in your misery. I love how like agitated Raider fans are.
Oh, they're pissed.
So they are just not happy. Like the whole Gruden thing is just completely over.
They are pissed. I can tell a Raider fan a mile away.
Hey, Shanahan got to the Super Bowl in his 3rd season with the Niners, right?
Yep, 3rd season.
Cliff has just until this year. If he doesn't make it, then that is good.
Cliff be doing some dumb stuff.
Okay. Kyle's going to do the video.
All right, cool.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it on the other side, Will. We're gonna get into that.
On the other side.
I got money to blow. I got money to blow.
Do. Oh, come on now. Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Stephen A. going ham on somebody. What's happening?
Oh,
What's
no,
happening?
that was just a tweet.
Oh, okay. What?
Somebody with a reaction to it.
I guess you can if you want to. You can roll. We can see what comes out of it. But I'll as soon as we get whoever the starter is, I'll probably say that right away. I actually thought it would leak well before he got to the media, but I mean, I guess it still could, just a bit early. Okay. The college hoops tourney is just 2 days away. Countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. You want to be a part of the conversation today, 916-349-1320, or you could connect with us on the chat. That's the great way to do it. Just jump in whatever chat room you're on Twitch or on YouTube. We hope that you'll follow us there and subscribe to those two channels as we have a lot of fun there. Jill Adge and I did a podcast last night shortly after our show ended. Had a blast talking Kings, or at least as much fun as you can have talking Kings, given all things are bad right now. But who knows what tonight might look like, given the fact that they're on the floor with the worst defensive team in the NBA. Statistically, they, being the Washington Wizards, are 0.1 point worse than the Sacramento Kings are defensively. Point is, these are the two teams with the worst defenses in the league, and they are going at it tonight.
That's bad if you're worse than the Kings defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's bad.
Like
Kings are all time worse. Yeah, that's bad if you're worse than them.
Yeah, it's not good. That's for sure. And I look at Washington too, and they're just, you talk about lost in their. Where's Washington going? Like, what are they doing?
I mean, they've got the two stars, and they get a better pick. They lost their center, I think, at the beginning of the year. That hurt them. They were already kind of struggling, but they'll be all right.
Hey, what wide receiver did the 49ers just sign yesterday?
They didn't. So I got the whole thing. It was Marquise Goodwin.
Okay.
But they didn't sign him. He got traded draft day last year.
Uh-huh.
And he opted out.
Uh-huh.
So in return, the Eagles just sent him back, and the Niners gave them a 7th round pick.
And they cut him.
Yeah, he wasn't going to stay.
Well, you at least had him getting to training camp. Like, he didn't even does he get a second jersey? Like, he didn't even make it 24 hours.
The more I did a little research on that, like, I'm surprised he just now got cut.
Yeah. Like, surprised he didn't get cut. Yes. Grand opening, grand closing.
It wasn't going to happen. Now he may resign, he may, whatever, but it wasn't going to happen.
He's like, that's very Trevor Ariza-ish of Marquise Goodwin. Speaking of Trevor Ariza, we'll get to that. I'll save that because I've got some fun notes on Trevor Ariza, the newest member of the Miami Heat. That's coming up as D'Lo and Casey roll along here. Kyle Madson joining us at the top of the hour. We mentioned the Kings and the Wizards tonight. We'll be with you all the way until 4 o'clock, where we can break and head to our televisions and watch Kings basketball. Obviously, Marvin Bagley's not starting tonight. Marvin Bagley's not starting for the foreseeable future. He's probably out anywhere from 12 to 15 games. He's probably out anywhere from 3 to 6. Extreme circumstances could have him out 8 weeks. Hopefully, we get some sort of answer on that from Luke Walton when he speaks to the media in just about an hour. But there's been some conversation, as Jason Anderson wrote about in the Sacramento Bee, about what exactly you do with that starting position. We joked yesterday. Obviously, we want to see Tyrese Halliburton in the starting position, but the actual position Marvin Bagley is okay. That makes that you're starting with the small ball lineup there. Mm-hmm. We joked that Luke would actually start small ball, but put Corey Joseph in just to troll the entire fan base. Whereas probably the easiest switch is Nemanja Bjelica. Except when you take into account Emmanuel Bielitsa is probably not going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings a week from now. And the way that Jason Anderson was writing about that in his latest article for the Sacramento Bee, it was pretty adamant. Like, he's not going to be a King a week from now. Now, that's not terribly surprising, but it is interesting to see how that might influence Luke Walton's decision tonight. Like, can you make a short-term starting lineup change, trade him away, and then make another starting lineup change?
You could.
Or you could just let Tyrese start.
You could do that, obviously. I mean, but then what you put Harrison at the 4, Rashawn at the 5.
Yeah.
They're playing Washington tonight. You may be able to get away with that. You would think it's a troll job by Luke. There is a scenario where Corey starts and you want to keep him off the bench.
I know there is. I realize there is. Is this like, did the Dave Yeager thing get handed down? Remember, Dave Yeager, he doesn't start rookies. You don't start a rookie in this league. You got to earn it. Is that like handed down? Is that a Sacramento King philosophy? Is that written in the foundation of the Golden One Center? Like, you can't start a rookie?
I'm not sure if that's what this will be, though. I think it's more like I believe, and I could be wrong, it's more about trying to keep something on the bench.
Trying to keep that amazing depth that's there is what you're saying.
It's all you got. I'm not saying what I want him starting as well.
I know.
But you take him off the bench, you're already not playing nobody on the bench.
Well, I know, and I'm looking at Ramsey. Like, I thought about this too. Ramsey saying here on the chat, start Daquan Jeffries tonight. You need some firepower on that bench.
They should be playing him in general.
Daquan Jeffries isn't even playing.
Yeah, he should be playing in general. I don't know what that's about. Daquan started what game was that? I was just looking at it.
It was like his second game. It was right after
Memphis at home. Memphis at home, he started that game. That starting lineup was, and Marvin was out. It was Harrison, Rashawn, Fox, Buddy, and Daquan. The game before that, Glenn Robinson III started that game. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think he should go with Tyrese. If I had to give a guess, I think he's going to go with Corey. That is my guess. Corey started. Who was out that game? Rashawn Holmes was out that game. So Corey started the Brooklyn Nets game.
Oh, yeah, that was the stretch of De'Aaron dropping, Marvin dropping, and then and then Rashawn dropping right afterwards.
Yeah, De'Aaron and Marvin came back.
And that was literally when Daquan started playing. Like, he had just started playing that Friday.
Yeah.
Like, he had just gotten back to practice and all of that stuff. And, that was the day Luke had said, I don't know. We're in a groove right now. Everything's going well. It was the famous day Marshall Harris said, boy, this team has really been able to avoid injuries. It's been hell ever since. Basketball hell, as our friends over at the King's Herald say.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a guess. I don't know why I feel this way, but I think he'll go with Corey.
Okay.
I'd like to see him go with Tyrese. I mean, if he's worried about the bench, I'd like to see him go with Daquan.
I'd like to see Daquan play. I mean, just call me crazy. Like, if you're really picky about your depth, maybe you play Daquan Jeffries a little bit and see what you got there. And that's another one that makes me, we keep looking for clues, right? Because we don't know anything. Mm-hmm. Keep looking for clues. Like, well, what is Luke Walton's intention? What does he know? I'm of the belief that Luke Walton has been told, like, you're good, fam. Just coach. You'll make it to the end of the season. You've said maybe he's going to coach next year. You've presented the scenario to Jason Jones. Maybe he's going to coach next year. But if he's getting direction from the front office and you've got Daquan on your like, don't you have to play him? Don't you have to see what you got here from this guy who's on your roster next year on the cheap? Don't you want to get a feel for what this young man can do for you?
Yeah, I have no answer to why he's not playing Daquan. I have no hypothesis. I have no conspiracy theory. I have nothing. It makes zero sense. I have nothing. I know that's probably bad radio, but I don't know. No idea.
I don't either. I don't know. It's like he's in the proverbial doghouse somehow. Like he did something wrong, and it's like, well, what is it? Like, did he do something wrong in practice? Because Lord knows Luke Walton doesn't hold anybody accountable for doing something wrong in a game.
So in the chat, our guy Roddy, he says, "Why are we begging for a G leaguer to start? Why? But then he follows that up by saying, "Start Belly. They need shooting because of Javano." Belly is closer to a G leaguer than DeQuan is. Belly ain't no good.
He's a more financially secure G leaguer.
Yeah.
Than he is. What if, hypothetical for you here, Coach Caraway, even though you hate coaches, you could shuffle this whole thing up. Like, you know what? We've got to make a change here because we've lost Bagley for the foreseeable future. And we're under the belief Nemanja Bjelica is going to be traded. Like, all right, let's do this. Let's start Tyrese Halliburton in place for Buddy Hield. Mm-hmm. And I don't care. Start Belly in place of Marvin Bagley or start Daquan Jeffries or whatever. Really shake things up because you stink. That's the other part about this. You've lost 13 of 16. Like, you stink. You're terrible. You're the worst defensive team on the planet. The last 16 games, you've given up 122.6 points per game. You're going to blow Washington out the water by the time this whole thing is over in terms of the worst defense. Why not shake the whole thing up? Move Buddy to the bench. Put Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup. Then do whatever you want to. Like, if your immediate inclination is, I'm not going to start Tyrese because I need him on the bench. Switch Buddy and Tyrese. Put Buddy on the bench. Let him be the firepower that they need and start someone else there in place of Marvin Bagley. Shake the whole thing up.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Then. All right.
Well, I've been saying
back to getting along here.
Buddy shouldn't have been this starting two guard for the last 2-3 years. He's not a starting two guard in this league. I don't know why he keeps putting him out there unless he's being told to. I can't imagine why he would possibly think that would be good. And I would. It's the circumstances are a little different. He had a little more firepower last year, but he's not opposed to benching Buddy Hield. He's done it before.
Well, yes, that's correct.
But like I said, firepower is a little different. So I don't want to say he's necessarily being told to start him this year, but I have no idea why he's still starting on his team.
So here's a question from Will from YouTube here. Do you guys think Walton won't move Buddy to the bench after the way he acted when he went to the bench last season? He actually didn't act anyway. Like, maybe he was a little passive aggressive. Maybe he was, but like in terms of
like a jerk. He played. He pouted.
But how? Like, what did he do though?
Body language, post game comment.
But on the floor, like body language on the floor. Oh, okay, body language and post game press conference is fine. But body language on the floor, you thought he pouted?
Yeah, he pouted. Okay. It was clear that he was not happy while out there on the floor with what was going on. Now, he played well. He was able to move past that and play well.
I know he acted a certain way to the media. I didn't really pay attention to it. Maybe I just feel like that's the way he acts.
He definitely found it. I don't think Luke Walton. This is what makes me wonder, and I don't want to put that out of here or speculate, but I don't think Luke Walton showed numerous times last year he could care less if Buddy was mad at him, if Buddy was pouting. He was going to do what was best for the team. And maybe he really believes this is best for the team, but I don't know how he could. Somebody feels that he should be starting. I don't know if it's Luke Walton. Somebody for some reason feels he should be starting.
Or maybe your initial assessment was accurate. The bogey isn't there. Like, the firepower isn't there. And we love Tyrese Halliburton. We want to see Tyrese Halliburton start. He's not playing particularly well right now.
No.
Right? Maybe this is the time to make the switch. Forget about Buddy and his fragile ego and what he wants and what he doesn't want. We've got a rookie right here who's struggling right now. Maybe we could get him in the groove by putting him in the starting lineup. Maybe we stop coddling what Buddy needs to be better and we start thinking about the future, or certainly one of the pillars of the future of our franchise, and we put Tyrese into the starting lineup and say, hey, maybe this gets him going. He took accountability. He went to the podium and said, I stink. I'm awful. I got to be better. If I only score 4 points and we win, I can live with that. But I'm not doing the things that I need to do to help the team win. He's taking accountability for the way that he's playing. He knows things aren't going well for him. He knows things haven't gone well since he's come back from that injury. Maybe putting him into the starting lineup gets him going.
I agree with you, but that goes back to what we were saying where Vince McMahon, it's a higher power. Because Luke showed he don't care.
Me, Austin. It was me all along.
There's a higher power because Luke showed last year he could care less about Buddy's feelings. He ain't worried about that. Somebody, for some reason, thinks he should be starting. And it could be Luke. It could be Monty. I don't know. But somebody feels like he should be starting for whatever reason. Showcase, trying to move him, don't want to bench him because of that. There's a couple of different options here.
Like at some point, you have to stop like believing he's going to play his way out of this.
But
I mean, we're like, what's tonight? 40 game 40. Like this is his season. Like he's not playing well this season. It's not a slump. It's not a stretch. It's the freaking season.
If I had to guess, Damian, I don't think anybody thinks he's going to play his way out of this on that bench and in that front office. I don't think that's why he's starting. To be honest with you, I don't think if people ask us for our opinion and for our guests, I think they don't want to make it. They're trying to keep that trade value, whatever is left of it, up.
Jeez.
I think that's the reason.
It's going to be a long 33 games if that's the case. Do you think it changes? Do you think it changes next Saturday or Friday? The trade deadline is Thursday.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
They play the Cavs on Saturday. They've got the Hawks. They've got the Warriors both at the Golden One Center. They're off Friday. The trade deadline is Thursday. Does something change that Thursday night against the Warriors? Does something change that Saturday against the Cleveland Cavaliers?
It very well could be. That, once again, just my guess, just my kind of reading the situation and observing things. I think that's why they haven't moved him to the bench yet. Because once again, like I said, to be fair, he had different horses behind him last year, but Luke himself has already shown he will bench him if he feels like it's better for the team. Maybe if it's his call, maybe he feels like there's nothing behind him.
Okay. Hypothetical. Is there any chance, again, it probably doesn't matter because it was a different person, but I'll pose the question anyways. Mm-hmm. Hypothetical. Is there any chance that Luke wasn't behind the benching last year?
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I don't think so either, but yeah. I just figure I'd point it out because you're giving him an awful lot of credit for him benching him last year. I thought, well, I'm literally just asking, like maybe.
No, I don't think so. I think that was his call. I think that was his call, and I think Dwayne Dedman was his call.
Do you run that stuff by the general? Hey, thanks for this $45 million guy. I can't start. I'm going to go ahead and move him to the bench now. Probably be in your best interest to get rid of him by the trade deadline.
Well, I see, and you might even know the inner workings a little better than I do. Don't they talk regularly, like the GM and the coach? Not just like people are like, oh, we don't want them meddling in the coach, but that's what they do.
No, GM, the GM isn't meddling. Owner, that's meddling. GM, that's not meddling. That's the general manager doing their job. Yeah, I'm certainly of the belief that they talked a lot last year. There were reports of a group text with Vlade, Luke, and probably some people who didn't need to be in the group text, but apparently they were communicating pretty regularly. I just don't know if that's a move that you make without going to your general manager saying this isn't working.
So no, I want to clarify something you said and your thought on it. So you think a GM saying who should play in the games is not meddling? No.
I maybe I misunderstood what you were saying wrong. I meant a general manager communicating with their coach
right
about players and different things like that. I don't think that's meddling. No, I don't think a general manager should be in charge of like who's starting, who's not starting, who's playing how many minutes, who's showcasing. No, I don't think a general manager should have a say in that. But what we do know, and this is one thing that we learned when we knew very little about Monty McNair, I learned it from Jill Adge, was the Houston Rockets front office with Monty McNair and Daryl Morey and the rest, they were always very hands-on with Mike D'Antoni. What that means, I don't know. Article after article, read after read, it read that the front office of the Houston Rockets, including Monty McNair, were very hands-on with the coaching staff. What that entailed, I don't know. If it was, hey, Mike, what can I go? Hey, Mike, what type of additions do we need to make? Hey, Mike, how we noticed a decrease in minutes for so and so. Do we need to? What do we need to do? Like, how can we work on this together? Or if it's, hey, Mike, you need to play so and so this many minutes. I don't know what it is. Yeah. But that's what we read, and I have to assume him and his front office, Monty McNair and his front office, are hands-on here in Sacramento. But again, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and I got mixed feelings on it as well, because I wouldn't want my general manager trying to say such and such has to play X amount of minutes or whatever. Let me coach if I'm the coach. But at the same time, it could be an organizational plan here. Like, they all agree and understand. And I'm using Buddy as an example because that's who we're talking about. It. They may not have this thought about him at all, but they say, hey, we're trying to move on from him. We can't move on and get as much compensation as we are looking for.
You're not getting anything for him. Like, you're not going to, like, whether you start him or you bench him, you're not getting any. It's not like the value's going to skyrocket. He could score 100 tonight. His value isn't going to skyrocket because you have 39 other games where he was the worst starting two guard in the league.
The thing about it, though, Damian, and remember I asked you the other day about if we were too close to this thing, because I think, and he's just one guy, and I've heard other media members say it as well. Bill Simmons is out there like, yo, Buddy would be great in Philadelphia. Like, there is a perception outside of Sacramento that not only is Buddy like,
it's because Bill Simmons. It's because Bill Simmons ain't watching Kings games.
Well, I don't know how. Maybe not everybody else is watching Kings games either.
I'd believe that, and I wouldn't blame them. If you gave me something else to do for 2 hours tonight, I'd take it. But I've got to watch these two teams play. We watch them every night. I don't know what else you need. You want to show you what was your tweet the other night, fam? With the video of Buddy's ill-advised out-of-bounds play. Let's run that for Bill Simmons. Let's run back every play like that over the course of the last couple of years. Let's run that for him and say, tell me again how he fits in Philadelphia with Doc Rivers.
We've said that. We've seen it. But like you said, once again, if he's traded tomorrow, are they going to say he averages 6 ill-advised shots a game? No, they're going to be like, he averages 15 points a game, former 3-point champion.
Or you look at it like he's averaging 15 points per game, down from 19 or 20, or down from the year before or whatever it was before.
Nobody even gonna look at it like that.
Let me address D-Lo here in the chat. David Lopez, if Buddy is so awful and no one will trade for him, why don't the Kings buy him out? Because he's got 3 freaking years left on his contract.
It's too much.
You can't buy him out. It's Vlade's parting gift to the franchise. That and his own contract. And Luke Wall. Man, he left some droppings behind him when he left. He was like, y'all want to fix this? You've got Buddy's contract, you've got my contract, and you've got Luke's contract. And player, you're going to honor all of them.
There was a lot of people when Buddy was signed that thought he was better than Jaylen Brown.
Don't speak to those people ever again. Exclude those people from your life.
There's some good people. You
got to exclude them. You got to say goodbye to them.
At the time,
I'm sorry,
right? Dude, look, and I don't want to. I love all the Kings fans. I'm not trying to go like other people on this situation. But do you remember the outrage when they wouldn't give Buddy what he wanted, but from some people?
Thank you for adding that last part. Yes, I do.
It wasn't from everybody, but it was some people that we enjoyed, that we really liked, that we trust their opinion, and they were like, "He's right. Nobody has come to this organization. Give him the money he wants."
No, he's not. He is not right. I was of the mindset, take care of him. Like keep him here. I wanted Buddy here. I
did too. I thought it was a fair deal. The first offer they gave him, I thought it was a fair deal. And people were saying he got lowballed. I think it was like $90 million or something like that.
Yeah, I thought he got a pretty good offer. Like, for who and what he is.
Remember the first one? It was like they're lowballing him.
Well, and what did they ultimately do? They just added like incentives. Like, he essentially has the same offer. It was just a bunch of incentivized stuff, which I don't know. Jill Adjusant, like, is he going to make any of these? Jill also notes, Buddy might actually look good on the next team he's on because his mistakes won't be so detrimental. When you're on a bad team and you make mistakes, they stand out. When you run plays like we saw the other night, they stand out. And I'm not blaming the Charlotte loss on that 3-pointer from Buddy Hield, because the fact is, Rashawn Holmes committed a foul on that play. They went to the line. I can't remember who it was. Went to the line. Missed two. Bismack Biyombo. Missed both free throws.
Mm-hmm.
They came right back down the floor, and we're still down 2. And then that's down 3. Sorry, they were still down 3. Sorry, and then that's where De'Aaron took off to the rack and was rejected by the.
No, I said that since the summer. I agree with Jill. Where Buddy can go somewhere and play well. This is what I'm going to keep saying. I'm going to continue to say. I don't think Buddy is a scrub. I don't look at him like that. Like, there's attributes to his game that are good, that he's not providing right now, that could be unlocked in other places. He's just not good for this team right now and what they're trying to do, mainly because of that contract and the role that he's in right now. He's a starter, and he's not very good as a starting 2-guard.
The San Francisco 49ers are signing Falcons free agent center Alex Mack.
There we go.
Rappaport has it at $5.5 million. He's sorry for those who can't see, I'll air quote. It is $5.5 million. And he's reuniting with Kyle Shanahan, who he played with. Wow, they were together in Cleveland? I didn't know that. Atlanta as well. And now San Francisco. We'll step out. We'll come back. Kyle Matson's going to join us at the top of the hour. The amazing travels of Trevor Ariza coming up. And partner, it's Dame time. We'll explain.
Baby.
As D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's right. That's right, B. West. Go. I think Brian's just tuning in. Let's go. Go get him. Go get him.
Speed.
Go get him. Go get him. Let's do it. What else we got here? Yep, Clarkson on the Jazz. True. Buddy on a team like the Sixers, where he's never expected to dribble. Never expected to dribble. And you know what the other thing is? And I didn't jump on this because I know how bad the roster is. Let him pull that stunt. Doc would just be like, dude, sit your ass down. I'm not Luke. This isn't the Kings. We're going for a title. Do what we're asking you to do, or sit down.
Yeah. He'd be out the door.
And that straightens you up quick. And I honestly believe, like, exactly what John's saying right here. I think that could get him, if he's in a starting role, I think that gets him in the 20-point per game marker again.
Hell no.
You don't think so? You don't think Buddy can get back to the 20-point marker?
No.
Okay.
No.
Buddy. But if you send Buddy to Atlanta, I don't think anything changes. I think if you send Buddy to a championship contender, he changes because he has no choice.
Changes how?
He won't have to do so much. He won't dribble the ball around. He won't do all of the things that drive Kings fans crazy. He'll penetrate to the basket when the players run for him, or he'll have the ball in his hands when the players run for him, versus when it's not. He won't take ill-advised shots like he did the other night.
Here's what I've always said about Buddy Hield. That I don't know. I guess I just see it a little differently. He gets plenty of catch and shoot opportunities, and he just bricks them.
Oh no, for sure.
Like, so, but people always say that, like, oh, he won't be asked to dribble and all this. He don't dribble that much. Like, he doesn't dribble that much. Like, a lot of the stuff, they do that little double pick thing at the top of the key. He just catches and shoots it. Like, he doesn't dribble an insane, like, where it's like, oh, that they don't need to have him dribbling that much. Like, he gets a ton of catch and shoot looks.
I just feel like everything is bad with him this year. I feel like he was a better catch and shooter last year, pre-Orlando.
Yeah, when he went to the bench, he got better. He was stinking it up as a starter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Promo code DLOKC. Promo code DLOKC. Promo code.
Yeah. Let me try this light again. This is crazy.
You all right? You look okay. It looks different, but you look okay.
Hold on. Let me try this.
Casey, did you? Oh, y'all talking about the tourney. I bet y'all do. I bet you do. We should have it about 45 minutes or so, Melvin. We should have it. It's just one of those days, bro. It happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time, man. Like, you're all right. I think Danny from San Francisco dropped a note, said you look pretty. Oh, he said you look good.
No, thank you. Appreciate you, Danny.
It does look like the wall behind you is gray, though, which is funny because I know it's not, but it very much looks gray. Did you paint it?
It's always been gray.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, must be the light banging off of it that makes it not look gray.
I think.
Now, wait, now that I think about it, it is gray. It matches the floors and the sterling silver doorknobs that you have upstairs. The 24 karat gold ones are downstairs.
24 karat magic.
Yeah, the platinum ones are upstairs. Once you get past security. Yes, we do. Reading through some of these comments here on YouTube and Twitch and everybody hanging out with us. We hope that you check us out, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN1320 YouTube channel. You could just go to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or search ESPN1320 in your YouTube app. And we welcome everybody listening on radio.com and on ESPN 1320 AM as well. Kyle Madson covers the San Francisco 49ers. He said to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. He's going to join us here on the video stream. That'll be fun. It's Dame time, bro. Dame had himself a night last night. As soon as we get the starting lineup for tonight, which we should get at the absolute latest 2:30, but if we get it before then, we'll certainly pass that along to you. But it was Dame time last night when the Blazers took on the Pelicans. 50 points for Dame Lillard, 10 assists. It's his 12th career 50-point game. It's tied with LeBron James for the fourth most in the NBA since the NBA-ABA merger back in the 1976-77 season. Also of note, KC, 18 of 18 from the foul line.
Come on now.
Also of note, KC, the Portland Trail Blazers, 31 of 31 from the free throw line.
Come on, man. Yeah, it's inexcusable to miss free throws. It really is.
Pelicans were up by 17, by the way.
Oh, you want to talk about inexcusable?
Oh,
were they up by 17 like 4 minutes ago or something like that? Something crazy.
I don't know if it was that late, but they were up a lot. Like, that game was over. It felt like that game was over, and then you know what it is. You know what time it is.
Dame time.
It's Dame time. And no wonder you had an epiphany after watching him play, man. That boy
Come
good.
on, man. I need one of those. Dude,
Dame is one of I feel like this is a running conversation with people who love the league. I just don't think Dame Lillard is appreciated enough. He's phenomenal. Like, he's an elite scorer.
He is.
Like, he's incredible. I feel like I don't know. We quick to he's never in MVP conversations. Maybe that's why he's not Steph. He doesn't have the titles. I mean, is it outrageous to say he could do the things that Steph does?
That was one of the first conversations we had on this show ever.
I remember Kenny Smith called that day. I recall. Yeah.
I said it's a real argument. And I continue to say Steph versus Dame, when you talk about the accolades, Steph has that. Dame can't touch him when it comes to the accolades. But if we just talking about hoop, if we talking about basketball, we get on the court, Dame can do everything Steph can do and maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more. And Steph is cold. I love Steph Curry.
I mean,
love Steph Curry, but Dame is crazy.
We're talking about two of the baddest in the game, man.
Yeah. The Pelicans were up 117-100 with 5:56 to go.
Jeez almighty, man. Yeah, there you go. I have it right here in my notes. It'd help if you read them, stupid. 25-7. Like, you literally asked the question. It's right in front of me. 25-7 run. The final 5 minutes, 45 seconds.
Wow. I keep saying, man, I'm not saying go get Dame Lillard. You can't do that. You can't.
I think it's a good idea, though. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea for the Kings to go get Dame Lillard. I'm all for that.
It's a great idea. But you, Like Brendan had a funny tweet last night when all of a sudden Damian has become a meme.
I don't know who did that. I think that was Brad. Like that. Like, and then now it's all over the place. It's funny. Like I'm
Murph,
with it.
I think Murph started it.
Oh, Murph started it. Great.
Yeah.
Thanks,
But
Murph Dog.
yeah, he said, the look that Damian's going to give me after seeing Dame's performance, and I go crazy about it the next day. And I laughed because it was funny, but at the same time, Scotty Barnes ain't doing that. Zaire Williams ain't doing that. And I continue to say, if you don't have a guy that can do that or resembles something like that, you're wasting your time. Your goal should be big fish hunting. You're big game hunting out here for guys like that. And you look, and I'm not saying if you get James Bouknight that he's going to be that and it's going to work. Maybe he doesn't work. All right, you try again. And you keep trying, and you keep trying, and you keep trying. And I don't mean give Bouknight 3 years to get it right. No, you try the next year. Or you try in off season. You keep going big game hunting because all these other guys, I know this is is sacrilege. You can have them as role players, but you need to just keep trying to find that guy. Keep trying to find him. I mean, he ain't no Duke product. You know what I'm saying? Like,
aren't 29 other general managers in the league thinking like that? I mean, maybe a slight exaggeration to say 29, like, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think
certainly 17 of them, or however many don't make the playoffs, 14 of them are thinking that way.
I'm gonna be real with you, Damian. I think there's probably, off the top of my head, there's probably 3 teams that don't have somebody that you can say he might be able to do that either now or one day. Okay. Even Minnesota, you look at Anthony Edwards.
Oh my gosh.
Anthony Edwards is that guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to become Dame. I'm not putting that in the air.
I hear you.
But you look at Anthony, you'd be like, I can see a scenario where he's a top 10 scorer in this game. Right? Like that's what you're looking for. And like once again, Scotty Barnes ain't doing it. No disrespect to the young fella. He could be in the league for 12 years.
Well, it's not disrespectful. You're talking about something specific. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Anthony Edwards is nasty. We have a question in our rundown for like the last 5 days that we just haven't gotten to because we've had conversations take off. But it's like, are we not paying enough? And right, the team is a disaster. But Anthony Edwards is good. Like he's really, really good.
Really good.
It's hard to pay attention to him because he's on the Timberwolves. Like they're awful. They're a mess. But he's really good.
Now, I will say this. Some feel like the Kings have that in De'Aaron Fox, and they could be 100% right. I guess I'm asking for 2 of them. Now, the list of teams that have 2 of them, then you get to the teens of people looking for 2 guys that could do that.
If you have 2 guys, you can't be 15 and 24.
No, but you might be 17 and 23. The New Orleans Pelicans. They don't have it. Who? Zion and Ingram.
Oh, yeah. Zion. Yeah, that's a head scratcher.
That's bizarre.
Is that well, you hate coaches. You want to take a shot at Stan Van? Like what's off with this team? Like why isn't this team playing well?
I think the collection just doesn't match up.
Is Ingram that guy? Like, is he really that guy that you're talking about? Like the epiphany player? Is he really that guy? He is?
Okay. So he fits the criteria because, like I said,
score on 3 levels.
Score on 3 levels, and look at him and say he could possibly. If there is a world where he leads my team in scoring.
Okay.
That's kind of what you're looking for. A guy that he could lead my team in scoring.
Well, yeah, but like Kevin Martin led the Kings in scoring. Like, I mean, was he that guy? Like, you're talking about a guy who can lead the team in scoring on like a playoff pushing team, not just on like. I mean, someone leads the team in scoring everywhere.
Yeah, but Buddy Hield ain't gonna go to a bad team and average. And when I say lead the team in scoring, I mean, so when I talk specifically for the Kings, I mean ahead of De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is going to average like 22.
Still going to average 23. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I need somebody that possibly average more than that. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. How many different teams do you think Trevor Ariza has been on?
I know the answer.
Oh, you do? Okay.
If I had to guess, I wouldn't have thought how many he actually has been on.
Trevor Ariza has been on 11 different teams.
I would have said like 9.
Trevor Ariza's, okay. How about this? I don't know if you know the answer to this question. Do you know how many times he's been traded?
10 times?
Close. Your first number was right. Trevor Ariza's been traded 9 times. He's been on 11 different teams, but he's been on the Rockets twice. He's been on the Wizards twice. He has signed outright with 2 different teams, Phoenix and Sacramento. You remember the deal he signed with the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a big deal.
He's still on that deal.
Oh, wow.
He's been on 4 different teams since signing that deal. Sacramento, Portland, Oklahoma City, and now Miami.
That's crazy.
That is spectacular.
That is crazy. Hey, Damien, a little D-Lo and KC trivia here. Barry Horowitz. Who in Sacramento was the first to drop a nugget about that signing?
I actually recall that. That was you.
Man.
I remember that.
Yeah, the streets were talking to me, and I didn't know it was going to happen then.
I remember that. I actually remember seeing your tweet going, what's this dude like here? I remember thinking, why? Like, that's a weird thing. Like, okay. And I remember thinking like, okay, Casey, like, that's odd. I'm not buying it. And then a couple, I don't even know how long it was later. It wasn't that long later.
Yeah, no, it was. I definitely didn't put it out there like, yo, he's about to sign, because that's not what I had heard. I didn't hear it. Literally happened like 45 minutes later, and I was like, oh, it actually went through. I had heard about that.
NBA Insider, Kenny Caraway, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog.
This is how these things go in the NBA and in NFL and stuff like that. I had heard about that at the beginning of the finals.
Okay.
And people thought like, so there's just kind of and I don't have all the intel, but that shows you how the league goes. When people are like, they've been circling the waters for months. No, they really have. Like there's things that are going to happen this summer that are a done deal right now.
Oh, 100%. 100%. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station, and driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We bring in our dear, close, long-time personal friend live from 95.7 The Game in San Francisco and here on the stream on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. He is our good friend Kyle Madson. Kyle, what's up, buddy?
I like doing these things because you always say nice things about me at the beginning, and I enjoy that because I don't get it very often.
And then you agitate me within like 5 minutes, and then I start telling everybody how I really feel.
Yes. Yes.
That's
cool,
good.
but I'll take the compliments at the beginning. I'll take them wherever I can get them. So.
Kyle Madson, of course, host of Candlestick Chronicles with our buddy Chris Biederman. We mentioned he just wrapped up his show over there on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's literally the only writer for Niners Wire. He just publishes article after article, day after day. I assumed he was woken up in the middle of the night from an alarm regarding the Trent Williams signing. Had to get that article out there real quickly. This was the most important thing for the San Francisco 49ers this offseason, wasn't it? Was getting Trent Williams locked up?
Yeah. This was priority number one. There were some peripheral things, and you can talk about Deshaun Watson if you want, but of the tangible things the 49ers had to do, this was the one. You can't trade for him, knowing you have to make him the highest paid left tackle or highest paid offensive lineman, and then let him go.
Yeah. I looked at what the 49ers were able to do in this offseason so far. I mean, there's free agency just started an hour ago, so there's still more deals that could be made. But coming into it, I wasn't necessarily looking at it as go get this guy, go get that guy. I thought they would have a good offseason if they just kind of retained some of these guys and took care of some of the guys that were coming up on free agency. Your Trent Williams, your Juice. K'Wan Williams, they still got to see if they can make that happen. But I look at just that alone, and I look at a successful offseason already for the 49ers. Is that too simplistic? Do they need to go make a little bit of a splash in free agency, or is retaining some of these guys, is that almost good enough for their offseason?
Yeah, I think a 6-year, $138 million contract is a pretty good splash for 118 or however many it was. But yeah, they made the splash they needed to make. This was a Super Bowl caliber roster 2 seasons ago, and then they were hurt a lot of last year. Richard Sherman leaving is not a significant deal to me. Good player, but not the kind of player who's going to take them out of Super Bowl contention. I think they can replace him. They did everything they needed to do free agency wise for me to maintain their status as a Super Bowl contender, especially when you add Alex Mack into the middle of that offensive line. I think they shored up the interior quite a bit. I think you bring back Trent Williams at left tackle, and then they have offensive weapons for forever. So I think as long as Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy and as long as they draft well, they should be in a really good spot to contend in the NFC.
Now, Kyle, run that back for me a little bit, because people come at me and they talk about I'm biased and I'm a fanboy and how can you look at this team being able to do anything with Jimmy G? And I sit there and I say, with Jimmy Garoppolo and a healthy squad, I'm not guaranteeing a Super Bowl, but that's a playoff team to me. You're a little more level-headed than me a lot of the times. You go ahead and speak on that. Is that inaccurate that with Jimmy Garoppolo and this roster, they're good?
No, I think that's right. I wouldn't call them the Super Bowl favorite, but I don't know why in the NFC they couldn't be contenders. Jimmy Garoppolo is not great, but Kyle Shanahan's smart. He knows how to play to his quarterback strengths, and I think they're going to do that successfully. Like I said, as long as he's healthy. So I think for this year, there's no reason they can't make the playoffs, assuming everybody stays healthy. And in the NFC, it's such a crapshoot that, like I said, if they draft well and they get an impact player or two on either side of the ball, it's biased the other way to say they wouldn't be a playoff contender. I think like Jimmy Garoppolo is not that bad.
Right. Thank you.
They've been really busy. The 49ers have been really busy the last couple of days. Is there still more work for them that you think that they're going to do? I mean, I don't know how much money they still have available given, the $30 million signing bonus that Trent Williams had and how that's broken out over the years, but they have been pretty active over the last couple of days. Is there still room to work?
I'm not 100% certain because, like you said, you need to see how exactly the Williams deal was structured. Alex Mack just came down, got 5.5, and again, you got to see how much of that is going to be guaranteed and factor in this year. So I wouldn't be surprised though if a player like, I'm just going to pick somebody, a player like Juju Smith-Schuster is out there and available, and they can go get him on a 1-year deal, and he's willing to come play in San Francisco. That's where you might be able, like, the cap is flexible. You are as restricted by the cap as you want to be. The Chiefs were making a run at Trent Williams, and they're paying Patrick Mahomes and Frank Clark and Chris Jones and other people. Like, the 49ers could make that work. So I wouldn't expect it, but as free agency kind of lingers and these talented players haven't been picked up yet, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see the 49ers try and move some money around to fit another quality free agent in it.
Yeah, I'm right on there, and I'm not just throwing them out there. I'm really looking at Juju Smith. I know some people have said it goes against maybe the philosophy of what the Niners want to do. They want to have a little more security. If he was willing to sign a 1-year deal here in San Francisco, I'd do that in a heartbeat, and I'd take my chances of being able to make it work and bring it back, because I do think they need a little wide receiver help. Losing Kendrick Bourne, I think that hurts them a little bit. And as much as I love Debo, I look at Debo kind of the way I look at George Kittle. The physical nature of the way they play, I can't sit up here and pencil him in for 16 games every year. They just play too physical. And he's also not this big guy. Same with Brandon Ayuk. As much as I love him, you need that guy like Kendrick Bourne, who is 6'1", 6'2", or whatever, that is a bigger target for somebody like a Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you think that Juju Smith, notwithstanding, anybody can be out there? Are they going to look to upgrade that wide receiver position in free agency or in the draft?
Maybe both. I agree with you. When Kendrick Bourne leaves, it leaves a pretty significant hole in their receiving core. You look at Jalen Hurd, you can't rely on him. He's been injured both of his seasons. Then it's River Craycraft and Travis Benjamin, who they signed last year and opted out. The options at receiver are not great. So I like I said, if there's a free agent out there who is available later in free agency that they can get for a year on the cheap, I think they go that route. But I really think that they draft somebody again as well.
Kenny, you want to talk to Kyle about your guy in Cleveland?
Well, is there any way they can get my man Odell Beckham?
What are we doing? Why? What is this? What's happening?
Odell Beckham. That's why.
This is every year. How does this happen every year?
Because
every year. Dude, set your clock, set your watch to it. March to May, there's going to be like Odell Beckham. Watch out, San Francisco. Why?
I'm going to tell you why. He told Jimmy to come get him. Do you not remember that? He said that the game after the Monday night game, he said, come get me. I'm not even making it.
Do you think, okay, given what Jimmy Garoppolo has done the last couple of years, do you think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to kick the door down to John Lynch's office and say, hey, change the organizational philosophy to get me Odell Beckham Jr., who, by the way, is coming off an ACL tear? No chance. No chance.
Damian thinks he's only worth a 7th round pick.
That's extreme.
Well, no, that is extreme, and he's being a bit hyperbole here. What I said was he's not worth a first. That's what I said. He's not worth a first.
I think that's fair.
Now. I don't think he's worth a first now.
I don't think that's a move the 49ers are going to go make.
What about Deshaun?
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
I think he's worth a first.
He's probably worth a first round pick, maybe a third also. Kenny's been all about this all day. The rumors have started again. Like, is this even remotely feasible?
As long as the Texans aren't willing to do it, no. But when you look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's history of not wanting to get involved and deal those first round picks, they were in on Khalil Mack. John Lynch said they thought they had the best offer on the table for Khalil Mack, and the Raiders just didn't take it. They dealt him to Chicago instead. So I think that says when there is a position as important as quarterback and a player as good as Deshaun Watson, I don't know where you guys land. I'm in the camp that Deshaun Watson is one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the league, and he's 24, 25. That if you're going to unload 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and Fred Warner, I'm just picking names. If that's what it takes, like, you go, that's the player you would go do it for. Like, the number of guys in the league that you would make that deal for, you can do on one hand and maybe less. So I think they would be involved. It depends on how high the asking price gets. So I'm anticipating if the Texans say, okay, fine, if they come to their senses and do the smart thing, which I'm not guaranteeing the Texans will do, but if the Texans do the smart thing and decide to open up the market and take phone calls on him, I very much expect the Niners to be involved.
And Kyle, once again, tell me if I'm off with this one, but I look at what the 49ers have, not only on the roster, but what they've locked up relatively long term. And I'm not saying the draft doesn't matter. I'm not saying that's not where you get better, but more than any other team in the NFL, they can give up 4 first rounders and still look at it like we're good for the next 2-3 years. Like we're not in a situation where we have to rebuild. We got a Kittle. We got Debo on a rookie deal. We got Ayuk on a rookie deal. We got our left tackle. We got our center. All this other stuff. They can do that. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like the only thing they would have to worry about with getting Deshaun, if they didn't trade him away, would be Fred Warner. Is that about it? Everybody else about set?
Yes. That's why you're not going to find somebody in the draft, even if you hang on to your draft picks, you're not going to find somebody as impactful as Deshaun Watson with any of those 4 picks. At least the likelihood of that is very, very small. So I would rather acquire that quarterback, acquire your star quarterback, and then try and fill in any holes that come in with third-round picks and later for a couple years.
Yeah.
I would rather do that than have everybody else and then keep trying to take stabs in the dark to try and find a quarterback. It's just too important of a position to pass up on the opportunity to go get somebody who's going to be as big of a difference maker as Deshaun Watson is.
Do you feel better? Like you mentioned Alex Mack earlier. You feel better about that offensive line, though, knowing that Trent Williams, the offensive line was so bad last year. Like, you comfortable with what they did? Is that enough? Is there maybe a little more depth they need to add to it?
Yeah, I think when you talk about depth, I think their depth is good because everybody's now been pushed back a little bit. Daniel Brunskill, who played center last year, did a really nice job at right guard. He was the guy who handled Aaron Donald a lot in week 6 when Aaron Donald only had 2 pressures. So I think at right guard, he's good. At center, he's not as good. And whoever was behind him, I think it was Tom Compton for a little bit. I think Colton McKivitz, the rookie, came in. They all now get pushed back a spot with Daniel Brunskill lining up at right guard. And so I really think when you look at them all the way across the line, I think they should have the best offensive line in the NFC West. And they might, if Mike McGlinchey bounces back pass blocking wise, I think they have the best offensive line in the league.
It's like the police officer said in the So Icy video, "Get me Gucci Mane, get me Deshaun."
Okay,
I know that reference.
Yeah,
Get me Deshaun.
Kenny still watches music videos. Grown ass man still watching music videos. That's Kyle Madson, Niners Wire, Kansas State Chronicles, and 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Kyle, we appreciate you, my friend. Great hoodie, great ball cap as well for those on the stream. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. My man.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
Great stuff, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. Of course.
Love
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
This is fun.
I think Danny in San Francisco was excited to see you.
Oh, good.
He said
Or maybe he was excited to see his office.
A big Danny in San Francisco guy.
Yeah, you should be. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Danny.
Good stuff.
I could have sat in Danny's office.
We're
Oh,
gonna
that
Where I
would've been
usually
great.
sit.
we're gonna in right now. Kyle, when is the draft? What day is the draft?
April 26th.
It's April 26th. We may have you on 3 times. On
Real
April.
talk.
Oh, wait. April 20. Hang on. What month is it?
It's March right now.
22nd. April 22nd. That's also Earth Day. So, yeah, I'd be happy to come on for Earth Day.
So you'll be with us on Earth Day like 4 times.
Okay.
we have it,
Yeah. Just
like,
I don't.
This guy has us doing an 8-hour show that day. So
This guy.
Who's that? Oh,
this
Danny.
this guy. Right here.
Yeah. I'm super down to come on draft day.
Okay.
The draft is the 29th?
Oh,
I thought it was the 20th.
I'm glad.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
We're doing an 8-hour show the 22nd, and then we're going
Oh, it
back
is the
and doing another
29th.
on the 29th.
Just do 8-hour shows every Thursday in April, and you'll land
Well,
on the right
let them
bandwagon.
get Deshaun Watson, and we're confident we're going to do like a 20-hour show that day.
Bruh.
Oh my God. Is that what'd be great about them trading for Deshaun Watson is I wouldn't have to work as much during the draft, which would be ace.
I
love
have no
that.
picks.
Yeah.
We might not have a show if they got
I'm-
this.
One of the super interesting things is if the Texans do mess this up and wait until after the draft, I think it's super helpful for the Niners because they get to use the 12th pick this year. And then the Dolphins aren't going to have the 3rd pick anymore. And the Jets aren't going to have the 2nd pick. And I really think that the longer this goes on, the better it is for San Francisco.
Yeah.
My take.
Not going to end
Double easy.
other way than him getting traded. I don't know what they're waiting for, to be honest.
I don't either, man.
Thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate it.
Take
Like
care.
I said earlier, literally anytime, guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks,
See ya.
Kyle. That's my guy. My guy. It was always a fun bit to pretend like we had a beef, but love that dude. Love that dude. Happy for him, man, too. He's killing it in San Francisco.
He is.
It's a damn shame he was here and no one thought, maybe we should give this guy a job. He's pretty freaking good at what he does. But Kyle's a great example of everything works out the way it's supposed to.
Jesse, who were you saying is averaging 30 and 8.5 assists? Dame? Dame?
Yeah.
Is he a Hall of Famer? First ballot. He's so much better than Paul Pierce.
Kenny, I'm
He's not better than Paul Pierce.
Pierce 18th all-time in scoring.
You
Kyle,
hear him, nigga? You hear
I
him?
hear him. I hear him. I hear him.
Dame is better than Paul Pierce. Brad Stevens on the TV right now. Shout out Brad Stevens.
Danny Ainge is a bum if you don't make a trade either.
I feel like we're always talking about Danny Ainge making trades, and Danny Ainge literally never makes trades.
Danny's not good to maintain the team, but this is their year because he needs to do something.
I don't know. They got to get a center. They got to get a center.
Trying to get rid of Marcus.
Oof.
Hey, easy. That's
Conference finals 3 hours for you. They gotta get over the hump.
that's my guy. That's my guy.
I think they do have to move one of those guys, though.
I love
Go ahead.
Marcus Smart, man. Hey,
I think Marcus probably is the guy to. He probably is the guy to
can we
move.
get him here? Yeah, buddy. Can't have Harrison though.
Streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, and radio.com. Here's D'Lo and KC.
Thanks to my man Kyle Madson for hanging out with us. Make sure you check out his great podcast with Chris Biederman. It's called Candlestick Chronicles, and his tremendous work over there on Niners Wire keeps you up to date on everything that is happening with the San Francisco 49ers. He's already booked for the big draft day show at the end of April, so he'll certainly be with us then. And we're just waiting for Luke Walton. He'll be stepping to the podium, and by podium, I mean camera, and of course, I'm talking about the Zoom call that everyone does now. He'll be talking to the media coming up at 2:30, and we should know by then who is starting for Marvin Bagley tonight, who's starting against the Washington Wizards. And I think by knowing who starts tonight, we'll know who's starting for the foreseeable future. Because if he's going with Nemanja Bjelica, we know next week against Cleveland, it's almost certainly not going to be Nemanja Bjelica. If they're not able to work out a trade with a number of these teams who seem to be pursuing him, it's going to be a buyout. Belly's not going to be a king for anything more than 9 days at the most.
Yeah. Look,
Dame time, trade time. That's what it's trade time. Monty, let's go.
And the thing about it is, much like Buddy, maybe not to that degree, but Nemanja can go somewhere and contribute on another team. Maybe. He's a smart player.
Yeah.
I think he's way past his prime when you talk about some of his physical limitations. But he's a heady player. He's a smart player. He can knock down shots. I could see him helping out another team, but he ain't helping out the Kings. He's definitely not helping out the Kings.
Well, this goes to what you were talking about, yesterday, in the makeup of the roster, and you talking about the epiphany and getting the right play. Like this team right now, this roster of Sacramento Kings, it's just a hodgepodge of players. You know what I mean? Like there's no rhythm, there's no flow, there's no guys that complement guys. Like it's just not there. It's not. It's just NBA players, and sometimes that works for guys like LeBron. It works for guys like hell. It probably works for Dame. Like there are certain players in the league where having NBA guys, James Harden, perfect example. Just having NBA players on the team, it'll get you so far. Mm-hmm. That isn't the Kings. Belly's gonna work somewhere. I'm of the mindset Buddy Hield is gonna work somewhere also, which is why I haven't with Buddy. I haven't quite nailed down what works means, but I'll upgrade it as it'll work better than it works here.
I'll ask you a question. What? And I'm just asking the questions here. I'm trying to go through it in my head myself.
Okay.
Do they work on offense?
What do you mean? Do the Kings work on offense?
You said it's just a bunch of guys put together and they don't really work. Well, they're a top 10 offensive team in the game.
Mm-hmm.
We know they don't work on the defensive end, but do they work on offense, or are they just that proficient offensively? Because why are they that proficient? Because they work, or is it tempo? Is it we know you're not going to say it's coaching, but why are they a top 10 offensive team in the game, in your opinion?
Is it because, and I'm legitimately just asking this question, is it because teams go in against them knowing I was going to say with the notable exception being in the New York Knicks, but New York Knicks game 1 was very, very, very different than New York Knicks game 2. But do teams go in there going, they're not going to work on the defensive end, so we probably don't have to work as hard on the defensive end. Let's run, let's shoot with them. Let's play with them. Let's play our game. Let's force them into making mistakes. Let's score our points in the transition because we know they're going to run. They're going to try to get up the floor. No matter what they do defensively, we know that they're going to try to push the ball up the floor. Maybe we don't have to work as hard on that end when we play them. We just have to force them into making a couple of mistakes, which they'll inevitably make, and we've got to take advantage of those, get points off turnovers, and go that way. Whereas, like if it's, I'll use an extreme example. If it's the Lakers versus the Nets, those are two teams putting their best foot forward on that night. Right? If it's the Lakers versus the Clippers, you could probably make that same argument. If it's the Bucks versus the 76ers, you can make that same argument. But if it's the 76ers, and maybe we'll find this out in a couple of days, if it's the 76ers versus the Kings, maybe Philly scores more points than they normally would just because they get into playing the tempo in which the Sacramento Kings like to play. But they know the Kings are ultimately going to make enough mistakes on the offensive end that they can take advantage of, like we saw against New York. Kings scored, 120 points against New York? And lost by like 20.
Yeah. I asked the question and I don't necessarily have an answer. I think they're good on the offensive end. Like
here's another question then for you. Is it because they're so bad defensively? Like there's more possessions. They have more possessions per game because teams are scoring in the first 6 seconds of the shot clock.
Maybe so. I don't have the numbers in front of me, and maybe possessions,
I mean, a fascinating study might be how many teams, what do teams score against the Kings, and how does that match up against what they score on average? Like we know the 140, or I think it was 140, 141, whatever the New York Knicks scored, that's not what they do. Right. That was 36 points, if I remember the day after that show correctly, or the day after that game show correctly. That was 36 points more than their average.
Right.
Now, that's extreme, but how many are 8 points more, 10 points more, 11 points more than their average?
That's a good question. I don't know. I know that I think they are good offensively, especially in a regular season setting. Like when you are,
that's all we know.
Yeah, well, I say that because I think back to the bubble, and I thought the bubble was a playoff-like environment.
Sure.
And it really exposed the Kings because they were playing well offensively, at the end before the stoppage, and, they were looking good. And when they got to the bubble and they were playing with playoff teams and there was kind of a little bit of an uptick in intensity, they did not have the horses to hang.
Couldn't match.
And I remember specifically looking out there, and they didn't have Marvin Bagley. Maybe he could have helped, but I was like, they have nobody that can get their own shot. Only De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is literally the only one who can, if one-on-one, create a good look. They had nobody else that can do it. And that just has me thinking, like, I look at this team, and I think in a regular season setting, things are just moving, back-to-backs, and, teams aren't overly prepared for the Kings or anybody else on a nightly basis. They can score. They're fine. Their offense works. They get open looks. Harrison Barnes is doing well. But if it were ever to get into a playoff situation, or not even that, just a late, serious, regular season game situation, I don't know if they'd have enough to keep up that pace on the offensive end.
It could be worth looking at too, in like points versus like assisted points. You know what I mean? Like, I think you had a number for the Charlotte game. Was it 30? You wanted to, I think their average is 25 assists or somewhere around there in that vicinity, which is it's not a bad number. I don't think. I think that's probably close to middle of the league. You wanted them at 30 into that Charlotte game, which we both look at as like, that's the number. Like that's the 30 assists is a big number. Like that's a good number for them.
They're at 11 on the season and assists per game. 11 in the
11th in the league. Okay,
yeah, 26 a night. That's 11. That's good for 11th in the league. So
okay, so just outside the top 10. So so maybe there's something to what you're talking about here. Is they are a good offensive team. Okay. I don't
but
know.
They're bad defense.
That's what I'm asking. Like, I don't know if this is going to start another argument here, but is the issue like, are these good offensive players just bad defensively? Are they not asked to play defense? It sure as hell doesn't sound like they're not asked to play defense. Or is defense not coached well enough? Why is there such a disconnect for a top 10 offensive team and a very bottom of the league defensive team?
I think that they don't have good defenders, and from what I see of and what I can gather of the defensive scheme, I don't really like it. I don't like to switch everything. I don't like the shading. Okay. And you combine that with not having good defensive players, I think it's a recipe for disaster, which is what we've seen. But once again, I could be way wrong about what their scheme is and all that. I just kind of look as, somebody that has some understanding of the game, and I can tell when somebody, like the difference between somebody not getting in front of them because they're being lazy and because that's what they're supposed to do. They just stay on their hip and shade them. And I don't like that. Switch everything. I don't like that either. So I think it's a combination of both on the defensive end, a little coaching and a little bit of personnel.
What's the number one thing? If you could change one thing about the way they play on defense, is it the switching? Is that the number one thing that you would change?
Probably so. Because it's the way, and NBA defense is a little different than high school and college defense. I coached high school, right? And it's a lot more.
It's weird. You hate coaches, but it's gonna be my new line. I'm using that line at least for the rest of the week.
Don't listen to the media when you talk about whether or not I like coaches or not. But I understand it could be different. You can't play as physical and get up in them. 48 minutes. That's not how the NBA game is defended. So I understand it's different, but I just feel like sometimes with switching, it leads to lazy defense.
Okay.
Because nobody's really working on the defensive end because the screen comes, switch that. Nobody's really working. That's just my thought, my philosophy on it. I could be wrong. But when you're saying, hey, we're not switching here, you got to fight over the screens, it's a different level of focus on the defensive end that the defender has to have because the screen is being called out. All right, I got to get close to the offensive player, and so I can push over the top of the screen and I can fight over that screen. It's just a different level of being locked in as opposed to screens coming. Oh, okay, switch. Like you're not even in a stance no more because the screen's coming and you're letting it happen. I think that hurts with the intensity level of this team on the defensive end.
You're using the term locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are we talking about basketball IQ and you're being nice?
Because
you were just talking about anticipating stuff. Like, is anticipating stuff like is that studying film? Like what exactly is that? Like when you're talking about you being locked in, we know what being locked in means. I think you could be focused on defense and still make plenty of mistakes.
Yeah, it switching for me, it's a gateway because I think about gateway drug when I say gateway sometimes.
It's a gateway to disaster.
But it's a gateway for being lazy, really, on the offensive end. Like I said, I use the example. The way I would teach, and once again, it's high school. I know that's not the NBA. It could be completely different philosophies. But on the defensive end, if I'm guarding somebody and Damian's guy comes and sets a screen on me, Damian's going to yell, screen left. Mm-hmm. I know it's coming. And my job, because the way Coach Kenny is teaching me, is to step over that screen and stay on the guy that I'm guarding. I can't get screened like that. I can't get screened. That's the way I teach you. And I teach you how to not get screened. That means you get up on the guy that you're guarding. You put a forearm in his stomach or on his side, on his rib cage, and you step over the screen. To do that, I have to stay locked in. I can't get lazy. I got to work. But if it's a situation where we're switching everything and Damian says screen coming to the left and I say, oh, screen's coming, well, I can stand up out of my stance because I know I'm not fighting. I'm not doing anything. All I'm doing is backing up a little bit and I'm going to switch into the guy that Damian's guarding. It's just a gateway to be lazy, in my opinion, if that's your philosophy. Does that make sense?
No, it completely does. It makes complete sense, and it has Ramsey in the chat, a couple of other people in the chat, like asking, this is what Rex Kalamian was supposed to be, right? He was supposed to be the defensive guy to come in here and correct some of these mistakes, because the mistakes we're seeing through the same 39 games so far this season, they're the same exact ones that we saw last year. And not to, I know, like I've been piling on Luke Walton all week. We saw him the year before too. It's not like the defense was great before Luke Walton got here and he sent it to hell. Like this group of players, for the most part, has been bad defensively, since they've been here, and that includes, Buddy. That includes the group that De'Aaron's been drafted into. That includes Marvin Bagley. That includes Harrison Barnes. That includes all of these guys. I'm not pointing them all out as individual defenders. I'm saying this group of players has been bad under two different coaches now on that side of the ball.
And you mentioned maybe last week or something like that, Rex Kalamian, whatever his philosophy is and what he's doing, it's worked everywhere else.
That's right.
A number of other different players. So I think you can switch and still have intensity to what you're doing on a defensive end, but it leaves it up to you as the individual to kind of fight the urge or the temptation to get up out of your stance, and it's up to you to stay locked in. And I don't know, maybe they don't have the guys who are going to stay locked in all the time. So
God bless my man Melvin. Melvin, we love you, buddy. Melvin hits us with the starting five question mark. Like I know I said 2:30. Like I promise you, the second I have it, like I'll pass it along. Like I promise, the second we have it, we'll pass it along. Luke is a little late to the press conference, so I know Melvin said he had some anxiety over the starting lineup. And brother, hey, we're here. We got you. As soon as we have it, we'll pass it along. We do have this for 49ers fans, and it fits in pretty nicely with the conversation that we just had with Kyle Madson. We were talking about making sure, signing their guys back. That was, business. That was the order of business number one, and that's exactly what's happening. Another 1-year deal. This one going to defensive tackle DJ Jones. I like DJ Jones.
Yeah. I like that. It's another piece. It's not going to make you great, but it also adds to the depth. That's what they were missing last year when everybody was going down. As you see, they have players on the defensive end that could be serviceable, but when those players had to be subbed out or rotated out, they had nothing there. They got worn out. Now you get guys back and you add DJ Jones, guys like that, to a team that's deep. And that's when you start cooking. Get that depth. Let's go.
You're excited, and I love it. I love it when you're excited, and this is going to excite a lot of people because Tyrese Halliburton is going to start tonight. Give us one more. Give us more. Give us the horn one more again. Tyrese Halliburton will start tonight. An interesting note from James Ham. I don't have the context. Obviously, we are rolling on this sound. We could make it a part of the final hour of the show. But he hit it with, it looks like a permanent move to the first team. Interesting. He points that out. Maybe we'll get some more context when we actually hear the sound from Luke Walton. But Tyrese Halliburton will be starting tonight. A couple of other notes. Hassan Whiteside and Robert Woodard are both active for tonight's game with minutes restrictions.
That's what's up. All right.
If I broke those up, Hassan Whiteside's back, minute restrictions. Robert Woodard's back with minute restrictions. Do we get horns for either one of those guys?
Sure. Why not?
No, it's okay. Let's make the horn special. Let's make the horn special. Is that it? No update on Marvin Bagley yet either. So those are a couple of notes from our man James Ham right now as Luke Walton is speaking to the media. I should have just logged into the Zoom call. I'm sorry I didn't. We would be hearing all this live. That's my bad.
Well, how about this? No horns for Whiteside and Woodard being back. But hey, how about this?
I love the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're back,
I love the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the game.
Partner, if you like it, I love it. If you like it, I love it. We'll continue to keep updated. Again, we break the fourth wall on the show. I have no idea why I just didn't log into the Zoom call, and they get so clunky with hi James and all of these like different things. Hi Jason, all of those different things, and it's like sometimes it comes across as it's not crisp radio. But
I will say this though, in all seriousness, I am interested in seeing Robert Woodard.
So am I.
He had a good gobble, and I want to see what he can do on this NBA level.
Here's more from Luke Walton. Tyrese Halliburton is still on a minutes restriction. He was available for 28 last game. He'll probably be closer to 30 to 32 minutes tonight. Luke Walton also said, we're excited to see him out there and see that group play, and we'll make adjustments as we go.
Okay. We got some action here.
Okay.
We got some action here, some intrigue, some reason to watch.
I mean, I hope this is. I'm anxious to see what this looks like. I'm anxious to see if Hassan Whiteside gets into the flow of things a little bit. Again, Hassan, that's probably dumb. I don't think Hassan Whiteside's going to be on the team 8 days from now either, or 9 days from now. If he's not traded, I think he's bought out. So where I was going is, does someone come back in a trade like a real body, not a future asset? It could a big move into that starting position, and what's happens from Tyrese there. From there, does he stay in the starting lineup and Buddy moves to the bench, or are we starting game small moving forward?
I think for the foreseeable future, we're going to start game small. I think they're going to go with that.
Are we small versus Cleveland 1 week from Saturday?
Small, they're going to have to get some guys back. Yeah. in these trades. Like that, one of the reasons Hassan Whiteside and all this other stuff is they just don't have enough bodies.
No, I hear you. Yeah,
there aren't enough people to play, so we could be going small or big. But in all of these trades, maybe not all of them, I take that back. In a few of these trades, they got to be getting some ready-made players.
Got to get someone who could be on the floor. Otherwise, it's like Robert Wood is going to be playing like 36 minutes a night. You know what I mean?
And Daquan still won't play.
And Daquan still be in the doghouse for reasons known to absolutely no one, I guess, other than Luke Walton. I have no idea why Daquan Jeffries. Could someone?
All right, relax, Melvin. Calm down.
Baby,
I like Woodard too, but Melvin in the chat saying Woodard is baby.
Well, wait a minute. Don't bury the lead, Melvin. How are you feeling? Like, are you okay? Like, you were very.
Oh, he was hyped. I saw him.
Oh, what? Okay. Yeah. All right, good. As long as he's. Oh, yes, here he is. There he is, Melvin. All right, buddy. I know you had some anxiety over Tyrese Halliburton. I was really expecting the Corey Joseph tweet to hit. Like, Corey Joseph is in the starting lineup tonight.
I thought he was going to start. Yeah, I thought he was. So I'm glad to see Tyrese starting. I need to see Tyrese get back to a little Magic status. See him playing a little better. Be aggressive. Look for your shot. I need that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he needs it too, because he was the one who got in front of the camera after the Charlotte game and was like, "I'm playing terrible. I'm awful. I got to get better. I haven't been good since I've been back." And
we sent our guy, and I mean this endearingly. I just say this because I'm a big fan of PTI. I don't mean this disparaging to our guy, but we got our stat boy who came in and hooked us up.
Yeah, Will Z. Okay, what do we got?
Yeah, says Kings on average give up 7.5 more points than their opponent's average. They've only held opponents under their average 12 times out of 39 games.
Okay.
So were you thinking maybe it was more than 7 points a game?
I was wondering if it was like in the vicinity of, I was wondering if it was in double digits. Obviously, I knew it wasn't 36. We said that when we were talking about the Knicks. Like, that's an extreme example. But I did wonder, I mean, 7.5 points. Like, if a team scores, I was going to say, like, the lowest scoring team in the league, I assume, is still New York, and they're like at 104.
Yeah.
So if we cut the average at like 107, 108.
So let's go in the middle of the pack here.
Okay.
Let's just go the Warriors at 113.
So 7.5 more points than that. That's 120 points.
Yeah, man.
That's dude. That's exactly where the Kings are right now. They're giving up 120 points to their opponents right now. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, that's a lot of points, though. Like, if you go from 113 to 120, like, I know it doesn't seem like a ton.
Pretty much every night, pretty much every time you play. Like, I'm just saw another random team out here. Minnesota, they're 23rd. They average 109 points. They're close to 120 at that point. Minnesota.
Well,
so
Kangs basketball
at 116.
Kang's defense right there, man.
Yeah, they got to be better than that. But Washington
So that's Washington gives up 120. Do you have how many they score per game? I mean, I got to imagine they're at it's got to be around 116. I'm guessing they're at like a 4 to 5 point differential.
They're at 114. They're right below the Kings.
So
Kings are 114.8. Washington's 114.6.
I wonder. I know we'll hit the BetQL line. I know we'll hit the BetQL line in the 3:00 hour. What was it yesterday? I think it was like 249. Was it 245?
246.
Oh, it was something extraordinary. I'm so anxious to see if it's moved at all, and it has. Good God, it's moved. I can't.
248.
Okay, I was gonna tease it.
No, tease. I mean,
you just had it.
Oh, it was right.
248 yesterday.
No, you didn't have to say I was right.
Oh,
you could have just been like, "I'll give you the answer on the other side."
go greenie on everybody.
Although the chat would have destroyed it.
Oh, for sure. The over under right now is 247.
I said it was 248 yesterday, and they're getting up there.
I thought you were crazy when you said that. I thought you were absolutely nuts when you said that. And
124.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk more about the game. And we'll talk more with you here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Check us out on YouTube as well. It's youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you can search ESPN1320 in your YouTube app. And we'll come back here on radio.com and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You know what it is. ESPN1320.
Sure.
I want to retract my statement about Pierce being better than Dame. I might have been.
I'll accept that. I'll use
You need a break? Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, we made a little tactical error when Kyle was on and didn't run to the bathroom. I feel bad for the Raider fans in here, man. You guys seem a little bit upset. And understandably, I would be too. Of course, I wouldn't be a Raider fan. That would be just crazy. I don't dislike John Gruden either. I just feel like I feel like I dislike him. Like I think it was just, I think he's so overrated. Yeah, I know. I got to give him credit. It was the right call to start Tyrese. It'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward for sure. I don't imagine they're going to get, Marshall Harris is texting us right now, like going small against Cleveland is a terrible idea. But what are you going to do? Like if Hassan Whiteside isn't on the roster, what do you do? In fact, I'll ask, I don't know if Marshall Harris is still watching the commercial break, or even if he was watching, I'm going to ask him, what do you do? You ever had those people? Marshall's a serial texter. So what he does, like, you ever had those people who they every thought is like an individual text. So it's just like a couple of words, but it's like 7 text messages. That's Marshall. He also yells at Kenny a lot through text, which is always fun for me because he sometimes yells at me, but rarely. Sorry, I was looking at there's a Nick Mullins tweet here. Okay. All right. What we got here? Murph, you open them did you get some Top Shot joints yesterday? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Murph, of course, you're in Vegas. That's an Aces town, right? I mean, Golden Knights and the Aces, of course. Man, that'd be nice. That'd be nice, Melvin. It would definitely be a break from what it's looked like since he's returned. Did you get any money in there, Murph? Did you hit any ones that got you feeling good? Those Top Shots. Buddy and Harrison from both of them? Oh, I don't know that you could trade Buddy and Harrison for Marcus Smart. I don't even think that mathematically works, but Buddy in a heartbeat. Dude, Marcus Smart is everything this team needs. He would not put up with the nonsense here. Like, he absolutely would not. Marcus would fight everyone by the end of the first week. Everybody. But I love me some Marcus Smart. Yeah, well, I mean, if you if you want to. Oh, that would have you ain't got to research it. Well, that's all right. It was just a topic today. Y'all be wanting us to make up stories, man. That's funny. Just let the chat go nuts. Say Corey Joseph is the starter.
Whoop-dee.
Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely what it is. Yep, that's because Bagley's gone. He's just starting in place of Bagley. They don't have anyone to start there. I mean, we'll see how much Whiteside plays tonight, but Bagley will get his run off the bench, but he's just not going to be a Kings player for long.
Hopefully.
I mean, Jason's article sure sounded like they are trying to get his ass out of here. Like they are really trying to get him out of here, like now.
Streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, and radio.com. Here's D'Lo and KC.
Yes, indeed. With you all the way till 4 o'clock when your Sacramento Kings will be in the nation's capital taking on the other worst defense in the league, the Russell Westbrook, Bradley Beal-led Washington Wizards. Tyrese Halliburton will be starting tonight, and the belief is he's going to be that guy. He's going to be in the starting lineup moving forward. Of course, we know Marvin Bagley. We didn't get an update on Marvin Bagley, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's still swollen. Maybe they're working for. I assume they're still doing other examinations to determine how serious the fracture is. But I actually, those are the two things I expected Luke to open his press conference with. Marvin Bagley will be out for X amount of time. Tyrese Halliburton will be starting in his position. We did get half of that. Tyrese Halliburton is the guy. He's going to be starting.
It's about time, man. It's about time. Now, I wish it wouldn't have to be an injury to Marvin Bagley to get to this point, but
I wish it wasn't for Marvin Bagley, but like I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be mad at that.
I smell what you're cooking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. Like I wanted him to start for Buddy Hield a long time ago. I wanted him to start for Buddy Hield before the New York game that they wound up winning, and everything's fine. And it was. They went on a run. Of course, there were no changes made, and then it went bad again. And I think we were on the verge of another change. Tyrese gets hurt. Here we are.
So now I'm looking at this situation with the Kings, and I say, you got Tyrese, Buddy, Fox, Barnes, Holmes starting, coming off your bench. You got a Whiteside, Corey, Woodard, and then
maybe Hassan. I don't know if you said Hassan Whiteside.
Not Hassan. He's in
okay.
There. I guess Belly for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
It really should be Daquan. Daquan should be getting minutes, but he's just not
here. If he's DNP tonight, and I'll check with Jason James as to why he's not playing. If he's DNP tonight, I'll just ask Luke. I'll ask Luke after the game why he's not, like why Daquan Jeffries has gone to DNPs.
Hell, if he gets 5 minutes, it's the question should be asked.
That's fine.
Why
too.
isn't he in the rotation? Like, is there a reason why? Whatever the case may be, because I don't understand. I don't know what he could have done to say we a team that has lost 13 out of 16.
Yep.
Who I'm out here playing these starters 35 minutes a night. I can't find more than 5 minutes for Daquan Jeffries. I don't understand that.
I don't either. And we've seen it like drop. Like it hit its proverbial pinnacle the other day when it just went to 0. Like he just stopped playing. But it was like I think it was like 13, and we were like, man, you can't run him for more than 13 minutes. You're out there running Belly at the time. I think it was like 28. Can't run Daquan for more than 13 minutes. And then it's like he was listening to you, because then the 13 became, you know what? Here, 7 minutes. Then it was 5 minutes, and then now he's just not playing anymore. It's like, damn, what? I mean, I'm not the film nerd. I won't claim to be the guy who, sits down and goes through the film and I can see everything and go, oh, here are all of Daquan's deficiencies. Mm-hmm. Like Daquan hasn't done anything that I've seen on the floor where you go, yeah, you can't play him anymore.
Right.
And if he has deficiencies on the floor, he's certainly they're not any more glaring than anybody else on the roster who has deficiencies.
That's the whole thing. You're not playing him to like you're winning 7 out of 8. Like you're losing. Like you gotta. I'm
13 of 16. You've lost 13 of 16.
I'm beside myself. I have no idea why he's not playing. None.
Well, let's see what happens tonight. The structure of the team has changed a little bit with Marvin Bagley out. Of course, I say that Hassan Whiteside is available tonight, as is Robert Woodard. So those are two more bodies. I don't know what type of run, if any, Robert Woodard is gonna be. There's speculation all over the place. I saw a Howard Beck quote a couple of moments ago during a commercial break that there. I hate this conversation. They're not trying to lose. You know what I mean? Like when you talk about tanking or you talk about losing, it falls on the organization. It doesn't fall on the players. The players are never going to go out there and not try to win the game that they're participating in. They're never not going to do the best. At least I don't believe they're never not. Maybe in some cases, in James Harden's situation, you know, he mailed it in there at the end of that run with Houston. But I think even overall, like that was like one half of one game. For the most part, I think he was out there still playing ball. Maybe he wasn't playing ball to the way that he's playing now. But guys don't go out there with the intention of losing. The players don't. When you talk about tanking or you talk about losing or you talk about not trying to win, it usually falls on the organization and the organization's edict of we want to lose enough games to get in this position. We're not putting our best foot forward. And, you know, you look at it, and then it makes me question even more, like seeing that quote from Howard Bryant, and I'll see if I can, you know, find the exact quote and just read it to you verbatim. When I see that, it's like, oh, this is your strategy to win? Because I think I'm more upset by that than I would be if this is your strategy to lose.
Yeah. Like I said, the only thing that makes sense to me is if they weren't trying to win as an organization, right? If they, I don't know how they can put together this roster and say we should be winning. And like I said, I was one of the people that thought they had a little more talent on the roster than other people did at the beginning of the season, and I was wrong. They don't have enough. And I don't know how you can see that and say, yeah, we're still trying to win games. No, you're not. You can't possibly believe that. If you believe that as a general manager, then I need to check the Carfax. I need to check that because I'm not sure you know what the hell you're talking about. I stalled you out and said, they're not trying to win. I stalled him out and said, there's no way he's trying to win. He's got a bigger plan in place. No way he's trying to win.
Here's the quote, Howard Beck, and I'll shout out Matt George. He had him on his Locked On Kings podcast. The quote, one of the things I heard, Kings are only going to trade Barnes and Hield if they're blown away by an offer. Not because they overvalue them, and this is the part that is going to piss everybody off, but because Vivek Ranadive wants to be competitive, he doesn't want to tank, and he values those two guys. It's not that they're holding out for some kind of blockbuster package, more that they just don't want to do it just to do it. They don't want to trade them just to trade them.
Okay.
Howard Beck.
Okay. Now, I'll say this. I will say this. And I maybe get the drop ready, and I'm saving Vivek. But what did I say yesterday? And what did I reiterate this morning when I retweeted our clip from yesterday about this 2-year plan and all that stuff?
Me a lot lately. I don't know.
You just don't pay attention to me, partner. That's the problem.
I just think you've been yelling at me.
That's why we have issues right now. You don't listen to me.
Maybe if you didn't raise your voice at me. So this is about Monty's 2-year plan.
Yes.
And
I have no patience for, let's play it slow. Let's get da-da-da-da. I have no patience for that. They need to be trying to make the playoffs. I'm not interested
in waiting anymore. The organization should be making moves this summer to be a playoff team immediately, said Kenny Caraway.
In all caps, immediately.
That's absolutely right.
All right. So part of that would be having and this maybe contradicts some of the things that I've said, but having a Buddy and Harrison Barnes on your team and not looking to get rid of them, get better players on the roster. And we already feel that way about Barnes. Buddy is not a starting two guard. You need to get him out of that position. But
okay,
if you had him on the bench,
I'm throwing a flag.
throw the flag.
I'm throwing a flag because you were the guy who would get Buddy healed out of here at all costs. That was you.
I absolutely would. I understand that. But there's also a scenario where if you have to keep him, if you're not just trying to get rid of him just to get rid of him, you get him and you have him coming off the bench. I'm okay with that.
All right.
You need as many people as possible.
Okay.
I need to look at this roster next year and I need to be like, yo, the Kings, they got about 9-10 guys who could legit play on here.
And Buddy's still that to you?
Coming off the bench, yeah. If he's your starting shooting guard, you failed miserably.
Okay.
But coming off the bench, sure.
I want to revisit this. I'm slightly stunned. It's been so long. Straight out of the chat, Ramsey is actually on the line here. 916-349-1320. I don't think we've heard from Ramsey since we started the chat. Ramsey, it's fantastic to hear from you, my friend.
What's good, y'all? Out the house.
There you go.
I'm at home. It's a little different. But my main question is, while I love the lineup change or the starting five, what difference is this going to make in the improvement of the overall play of the team?
That is yet to be seen.
Yeah. I don't know that it does, but what it could do, and this is what we were talking about earlier, is could this be, because we keep talking about Buddy and trying to coddling Buddy, make him feel better and make him get going. Maybe this gets Tyrese going.
Hopefully it does. Hopefully it'll get him going. And my other thought about him is, has he hit that what we call the proverbial rookie wall at the moment?
Sure. I mean, he's coming off the injury. It's certainly possible.
Maybe it is possible, but you're mentioning he didn't play for what? How many months before he was drafted? Like
it was
Yeah, he got hurt in January or February.
But that could also be it though. Like his conditioning to play this many basketball. He's never played this many basketball games in short order. Like not his fatigue on a night to night basis, more just his fatigue at this point. Like, man, the NBA season is really freaking long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in this year it's short. It's just it's shorter. It's just crammed together. It's still 72 games. Like he's a rookie. Like he went from getting drafted, Zoom calls, coming here, being isolated, doing all that stuff. Like it's a different experience for him.
I need him to be more aggressive. I think that's a big thing with him. Be aggressive.
That's true. I mean, it's basically 2 seasons in one at the moment for him, if not a little more. Because I don't think he's played more than 30 games in one season at Iowa State.
Yeah. Hey, Ramsey, it's great to hear from you, man.
Ramsey, take care. Ramsey, stop hating on my Niners, bro.
I'm not hating. I'm just speaking football.
No, you're right.
Ramsey, we appreciate you, buddy, man. Thanks. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines, or if you're in the chat, you want to get out of the chat and get on the air, man. We'd always love to hear from you. We'll be with you here for the next hour. It's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you're here with us. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, thank you so much. Make sure you hit the follow button, hit the share button as well. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to us. And if you haven't checked out the video stream yet, go check us out. If you're hanging out, listening to us on radio.com or on ESPN 1320 AM, we appreciate it. One thing I was thinking about, we'll get right back to the Kings, things are starting to change around the country, around California. I wonder how much like work life is going to change for people moving forward. Like, are we going to lose like the crew in the stream? Like, are they going back to like offices? Are we going to be on, monitors inside office buildings? Are people going to be listening to us on their way home from work or on their lunch break? Like, how much is going to change? Hopefully no one leaves us. How much is going to change though over the course of the next I don't know. It feels like it's speeding up pretty quickly, six to 8 months or so.
Maybe some things will change, but judging by these real estate numbers out here, ain't nobody
going back to work.
Ain't nobody going back to work. They like, oh, we good. We don't have to live out there. We gonna be at the house. The flip side to that though is I remember reading that this has shown companies that you don't need to have people coming in 5 days a week, and you don't need these big buildings to have your companies working out of. And they may look at it as a money saving cost to have these people work at home and work on these computers from home. From here,
I do wonder if they think that about us sometimes. Like, because we've got KSFM and In the End and all that stuff and 98 Rock, and sometimes I wonder if they just go, just leave D'Lo and Casey at home. Like they're fine. They've literally made it work without us. Like just leave them at home. Like they'll be.
I'm gonna
okay.
kick down the door at least one day a week.
Yeah, we've got to. We'll get in there. But I do think like work life is changing for people, and I just like
sure.
I think about the stream and everybody hang out. People have sent their stream setups to us where there's a work computer on doing their work. Another monitor has us on it. Some Rich, I think, had us on an iPad one day when he wasn't traveling and he was at home. Andrew had us on like 7 different screens, which was awesome. We know Cheryl in Baltimore is watching us on a TV. It's like, that's cool, but how much of that is gonna change? Who's gonna get in trouble? Who's gonna be the first one who gets in trouble for listening to D'Lo and KC at the office or watching D'Lo and KC at the office?
I'll give you a shirt. The first person to get in trouble, I'll give you a shirt.
There you go. There we go. I know exactly what'll be on the shirt too. You'll be able to rock one of those, baby, right there. That's for the streaming audience. Obviously, the radio people can't see that. We welcome everybody listening on radio.com as well.
Our guy Don, he made an updated version of that.
Yeah, the Invisalign, man, it's working. It's
he made the updated version, filling in my gap.
Yeah, no doubt. I got to update that in here. I got to update that into the stream. Coach Molly's in here watching on YouTube.
Hey.
Coach Molly was texting me earlier saying, "Hey, I love Kenny's defensive strategy. I love the correlation, the gateway to laziness."
Ah, yes. Switching. Hate it.
Switching is the gateway to laziness.
Yes.
I love
that was spoken like a coach. I got a Barry Horowitz pat myself on the back. That was a coach term right there. That sounds like something Coach Catch would say.
Maybe we just get you out there and help on the defensive end. Maybe you and Rex could get this thing right. Hell, some pretty good defensive minds out here. Maybe we can get Doug out of the booth to go help these guys out. Get you down there. Get the defensive dream team down there.
For a second, I was tripping. You meant as a coach. Because if I was on the court, you want to talk about gateway to laziness on the defensive end. At 37 years old, I ain't getting in no defensive stance.
I ain't asking you to play defense. You didn't play defense at 27, and I've been trying to find out from Joe Davidson if you played defense at 17. You're still working through this. I'm going to call Cheryl from Elk Grove, find out how much defense you was playing at 7.
Do as I say, not as I do.
That's right. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And that's the case, I think, for both of these teams tonight, as we are talking about the 2 worst defenses in the league. The Sacramento Kings give up, on average, on the 39 games this season, 120 points per game. The Washington Wizards, they give up 120.1 points per game. And but over the last 16 games, and that's the biggest struggle for the Kings, is they've given up 122.6 points per game. And you look at, Marvin Bagley being out. Obviously, he's out tonight. Tyrese Halliburton is in the starting lineup. Marvin Bagley is out for the foreseeable future. I don't mean this I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, so please forgive me. I don't think Marvin Bagley's loss. I don't think the impact of Marvin Bagley's loss in this game is that big.
In this game,
yes, in this game against Washington, I think we'll have a different conversation when a team like Cleveland rolls around, or a team that might potentially play bigger. I don't think Washington plays big. I don't think they play much. I think they just kind of go. They just go out there and play basketball. They rely on Bradley Beal to score. They rely on Russell Westbrook to hopefully have a good day. Grab 10 rebounds, get 10 assists, and hopefully not shoot the ball too terribly. So I don't. This game, not too big of a deal. I don't even know that the Boston game is that big of a deal. It's going to kick them in the teeth when they play Philadelphia, but I don't know.
See, I hear exactly what you're saying. This is a situation where I feel like they could.
It's a quick follow-up. Elijah just hit me up and said you did not play defense at 17. So I just want to confirm we've gone full circle. You've never played defense. You just preach defense.
I was helping Elijah because he was getting beat all the time.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Sorry,
that's why my guy was open. I had to help Elijah.
Okay. We see that a lot on the Kings floor. No wonder you're such a good defensive coach. You've lived through the bad defense. No wonder.
Hey, we locked up in McClatchy though. Both my team, we locked up, baby.
I need the number to your coach. I need to find out how accurate this is.
Shout out Coach Klopp. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. I don't know where Coach Klopp is right now. I see his daughter all the time on Instagram. We're friends on it.
Next time we get Coach Katz on, I'm going to ask him when he was watching you play.
Coach Katz, he wouldn't have tried to recruit me if I played no defense because Coach Katz don't play.
I'm going to need to hear that.
When it comes to defense, he don't play.
I'm going to need to hear that from Coach Katz. Not that I don't trust you. I just need to hear that from Coach Katz. I interrupted you playing without a big tonight, playing without Marvin Bagley.
No, what I was going to say was I agree with you where it's not going to hurt them in this game and maybe not in Boston game. But I looked at this on the flip side as an opportunity. Like they could have taken advantage, with Marvin Bagley out there and, taking advantage on the boards.
Taking advantage of Washington. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Exactly. So it's a missed opportunity maybe for somebody for Marvin Bagley.
Another thing that, I'll be watching is when's the first substitution made and who is it? Like, is it Whiteside? We know Whiteside's on a minutes restriction. Whiteside, it's not like Whiteside should push in 30 minutes anyways. Like, so him being on a minutes restriction, even, Robert Wood, God bless him, can't wait to watch him play. I don't think he's running up the minute tally here, but it will be interesting to see if the first guy in, perhaps it's Nemanja Bjelica.
Yeah, I think it's Bjelica for Halliburton.
Okay.
That's my guess.
And then I'll be watching.
Do we have a line on that, BetQL? The first sub, Bjelica for Halliburton.
Knowing BetQL, it's probably in here somewhere. I'll see if I can find it during the commercial break.
It gets a 2-star rating.
That's where they're at right now. They don't love this game. They don't love this game at all. Do we got Kenny's keys? I'm excited. We got that?
We do.
I got David.
I gotta get those to you. Yeah.
D'Lo's keys to a Kings victory.
Okay. D'Lo's keys.
Yeah, just score more points than Washington because whoever has. Or here's the ultimate key. Have the ball last. Get the 128, 126 because I don't think that's going to happen. Get the 128, 125 win and we'll call it a day.
I'm with that. That's the over too.
And take the over. BetQL has it at 124 versus 124, 122.
Yeah,
that's where they're at right now.
I'm still. I wait.
You got to find a way to make Kings basketball fun right now, guys. Like it's all we're doing right now is trying to find a way to make Kings basketball fun.
I waved the white flag the other day on the season. I don't think there's anything left in them in the season. But I still want to see the Kings win, man. Still want to see him win. I still want to see him play well. So, I guess the biggest thing that I want to see right now, what would be an ideal situation is I want to see the Kings win. I want to see Fox and Halliburton really play well. That would be something that would excite me. Like, okay, we working.
Which, I mean, okay. We know that they can play well offensively. Mm-hmm. Right. And it can, but it could ultimately result in L's. Like it could ultimately result in losses. But De'Aaron is having a hell of a season. If De'Aaron just continues to play the way that he is, he already has, you're happy with that.
Yeah.
Tyrese is a little bit different. Like Tyrese is that player we watch and we go like, okay, we know he's good. Like he's active, like he's everywhere. His numbers aren't gaudy. He's not doing the things that LaMelo Ball is doing. He doesn't have the highlight dunks we were talking about Anthony Edwards earlier. He doesn't have those, circulating on House of Highlights and all of that stuff. But we watch Tyrese and we know that he's playing well. We want to continue to see that. We know, and he knows since he's returned, he hasn't been playing well. Let's get to these phone lines here because we're going to go commercial free in just a couple of minutes all the way till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Let's get our man Eric in here. Eric, what's going on, baby?
Hey, so I'm liking the moves Madson made. That O-line looks real good.
Yes, indeed.
If the McGlinchey holds up on the right, we're going to be all right.
I agree.
So, I'm feeling real good about that. I just heard the exciting news that the D'Lo and KC audience is the new defensive coordinator for the Kings. I was calling in to make my suggestion. It's something I was never coached on, but I figured out when you're defending a shooter, don't jump to them, jump around.
Oh gosh, yes, or jump by them.
Don't jump with your right hand because they're usually right-handed. They're shooting on the other side. Jump with your left hand. It's a hard thing to master, but it increases your blocks like 15-20%.
Well, that's interesting. I never. Yeah, I always jump on my right hand.
It's really hard, but you have to force yourself to do it, and you get blocks that way.
I don't understand how people foul shooters. Like I never foul jump shooters, and it doesn't seem very hard. Number one, you don't jump straight into them. You jump straight up, and if you are going to go by them, you go to the side of them.
I love this.
With your jump.
This is making me so happy. I love this. You never play defense. We just established that from age 17, 27, 37. You never play defense. Of course you didn't commit a foul.
I stopped playing defense once I hit 30. I played defense before that.
Some people listening calling cap.
Were you like that? You were like that one video that went viral with the dialogue filled in with Chris Paul and
Yeah.
That's once I turned 30.
Thanks, Eric.
Adult leagues, yes, that's how it went down.
Yeah.
Before I was locking up though. My favorite player, one of my favorite players for a long time was Gary Payton. The glove.
Okay.
Well, I was locking up.
49ers lost their first player so far at this free agency.
Second player.
Who was the first? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting.
We always
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Witherspoon went to the Seahawks. Solomon Thomas went to the Las Vegas Raiders. So obviously John Gruden is listening. They knew they had to make a move as the fan base is not feeling them right now. We'll step out.
You gotta go get Solomon Thomas. You got to, if you're Gruden. You got to. Game changer.
We'll step out. We're gonna get Kenny. We're gonna get Kenny some more. We're gonna get Kenny a Snickers bar. He's not himself when he's hungry. We'll step out. We'll come back. We're going commercial free till the top of the hour, and we'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Washington Wizards as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, cool. I'm gonna step away for a sec.
Okay. Chat, I'm finalizing these Kenny keys real quick. Bear with me. Let's see. Hold on. Whoop-dee. What? Is that for real? Is that them or I don't know. I'm going to assume it's them. Oh no, I think that might be against. Is Will still in here? My guy Will. Need a favor from Will. Yeah, I wish my bad. I definitely hope that Solomon Thomas gets his career on track, man. He seems like a great guy. They had some tough blows dealt to him.
Let's hope he's
So
healthy.
yeah, man, I hope he can get his career back on track.
Elijah's backtracking. He said you were a defender back in the day.
Yeah, I didn't stop playing defense till 30, and then I quit.
I think you called him out on missing guys, and he's like, "Nah, I was just playing.
Shout out to you, Hicks, man. Shout out to you, Hicks. Real quick, I'm gonna get to this, Christopher. Will, I need a favor, buddy. Live on air. Can you tell me who commits the most fouls in the league? Like who makes the most fouls? Because I got a number here, and I don't know if I'm reading it right. On average, I should say. Who do I want Garcia to fight at 154? It's a good question, man. I gotta look at what's going on at 154. I know Mel is there at 154. I think that'd be a good matchup. I don't know if Danny is big enough for that, though, man. I don't know if he's big enough, but 147, not much he can do there. Not much he can look there.
Talking about.
Well, I don't know if you heard me the first time, but oh yeah, you got me. Good.
Coach Molly just figured out how to watch YouTube.
What's up, Coach
You're
Molly?
the best, man. She's the coach when y'all getting going. She's at
Getting closer.
Yeah.
At Folsom?
Folsom Lake College.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my buddy.
Whoop.
Thanks.
Hit the show up live on Twitter at D-Lo and KC. Now, back to D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, buddy, we're going commercial free until the top of the hour. Until we all break, go get in front of our television and watch Kings basketball. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We appreciate everybody who's watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We appreciate everybody who's just listening, hanging out with us, and letting us be a part of your day. You'll hear what Luke Walton had to say in the pregame press conference coming up here in just a few minutes. We've double-checked BetQL here. What a game this will be for Las Vegas tonight. BetQL has the over-under still at 247 with the Washington Wizards favored by 2. Over under 247. That's 124, 122. Man, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points, man.
A lot of points.
124 and a half, 122 and a half.
I think they're going to get there.
I feel like they will too. Everybody gets to 120 versus the Kings. That they actually get to 122. So I would take that. I would take the over. I think the Kings. This is going to be a real telling game for me. Like if they and not whether they win or lose, but more in the sense of if they're in this game in like late in the third quarter, if we're talking about a 1 possession, 2 possession game, something along those lines, then I'm good. Like that's kind of where I expect it to be. I expect there to be a ton of points scored. You know, perhaps Washington makes a few more plays. Like I think that's what's going to happen. But if they roll over and if it just ain't there for them today, it's like when is it gonna be there for them?
I don't know.
Because this is a team that the door is open against a Washington basketball team that's because we've canceled Wizards, so it's the Washington basketball team. This is a Washington. I mean, this is a team they'll let you score.
That definitely lets you score. You can definitely put some points on the board. And it really feels like if you just commit just a little bit to the defensive end, you'll have a great shot at winning tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Look, I watch the Kings sometimes, and I see effort on the defensive end, and I don't see execution. So that's what makes me look at the individuals out there and look at the scheme and say maybe that's more of the issue a lot of the times, because I feel like they're trying most of the time. But if they're out there giving adequate, consistent effort on a defensive end, it could be right there. It could be right there.
But how many games can you say that about? Like if you give adequate effort on the defensive end, it could be there for him.
B-Lo and JC on ESPN 1330 in Washington is saying the same thing about going up against the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Yeah.
If the Wizards just put a little effort on the defensive end, then they'll be good.
And you talk about a team that's just kind of, I don't want to say that, like what are the Wizards? I mean, you know, I love me some Russell Westbrook. I actually love Bradley Beal too. But okay, like so like what is the future of this team? You've got Russell Westbrook for I think ever, somewhere near ever. Bradley Beal, I don't he's got a handful of, like what direction are you going? You know, I don't want to they're probably more lost than the Kings are. I mean, I assume I like Scotty Brooks a lot. I assume he's probably not going to be their head coach next year.
But
maybe he will be. I don't think so.
For whatever reason, they got off to a real tough start.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that has kind of put them behind the 8 ball as of right now. They're 14-24. They got hot, and then they went back to losing again.
Yeah.
But I look at them, and I don't think that they're not like crazy far off. You got Bill. And you got Russ, where people, say Russ is falling off or whatever, but he's the numbers are still there and the production is still there. So I look at that and I say, all right, we can put pieces around him. We got our 2 guys that can lead the league in scoring. Now we need to bolster this roster up. The depth of the roster just isn't there. And maybe we start to put this roster together that fits those 2 guys a little bit more than what we have right now. I don't feel like I have to qualify anything. Everybody knows, if you've listened to the show for more than 7 seconds, that I love Russell Westbrook. What?
But can you build? But can you? Well, very good. Can you build around him?
I don't think so.
Can you build around Bradley Beal?
I think you can.
Okay.
I think you can. I look at this roster, and much like the Kings, I mean, they don't have much here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this roster. I mean, you got Hachimura. I like him as a young dude. Thomas Bryant is cool. Bertans, he's a one-trick pony. Robin Lopez, Neto, Mo Wagner, excuse me. Garrison Matthews, Denny the rookie, he's struggling this year. I don't like it. I don't like the collection of guys, the group of guys that they have. I think they just off the surface have an issue with tough enough on the defensive end.
It's a group of NBA players.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. It's just another group of NBA players with no real and that's when you talk about direction, you can have similar conversations, like you mentioned. Was it B-Lo and JC in Washington having a conversation about, hey, is this the roster's problem or is this Scotty Brooks's problem?
I'll tell you right now, the roster just isn't good enough. Okay, it's not Scotty Brooks. What is Scotty Brooks supposed to do?
There it is. There it is. This roster is terrible. What are we doing? So look, they're having the same discussions about Scotty Brooks that we're having about Luke Walton. They're having the same conversations about their roster that we're having about the ones that we're having about the Kings. Just the difference is you have the league's leading scorer, that you have like a legitimate, you have an MVP who people are questioning whether he's that capable of a player anymore, whether he has to start hitting this is a bit mind-boggling for me to digest, but does he have to kind of find the Carmelo Anthony phase here, where he has to gear down his game to play a different role? And I'm not necessarily talking about playing like a 6-man role or a bench role. I'm talking about playing a different style of basketball to accommodate the roster that he has, or the teammates that he has. This isn't the roster. This team that the Washington Wizards, this isn't the roster that Russ has to dumb anything down. But at some point, he'll probably have to do that, and that point could be coming very soon. And if you can build around Bradley Beal, and given the fact that he's an all-star, I'm led to believe that you can. Okay, is Scotty Brooks the guy to lead this team forward? Like it's the Spider-Man meme. They're pointing at each other. They're looking at, hey, your fan base is just like ours. This team is just like ours. Hey, you guys are screaming to fire your coach. We're screaming to fire our coach. Like we're the same thing here. You give up 120 points per game. We give up 120 points per game. Just the difference really is Bradley Beal and the caliber player that Russ and Bradley Beal are. And you know, we've got De'Aaron here, who you think has a different type of future than those two guys have, but
Right.
for the most part, it's the same team.
Yeah, it is.
Same team.
It is. Like I said, I look at Washington, and I don't know how they do it because the contracts are crazy. Like they give Bertans a lot of money. Russ is making max of money, and Bradley Beal is making max of money. So it's like, how do you get better without letting somebody go?
Yeah.
So
they're 3 games out.
yeah.
They're 10 games under 500, and they're 3 games out.
Aren't the Kings 3.5 out?
I think that's
Of
accurate.
10?
Yeah, let's see. They're 14 back. Let's see. There's Golden State. Golden State's having a COVID issue today. By the way, I only bring that up. I don't think that game. I guess that's a week away. I guess they could clear protocols by then. Let's see. 9-10. We've got the Memphis Grizzlies sitting at 17-9. So yeah, 3.5 back. 3.5 back. 9 games under 500, 3.5 back.
Look, you want to see me playing both sides of the fence. I waved the white flag yesterday, and there's still only 3.5 back.
I mean, I look at you look at the teams. I mean, here I'll make it worse. Oklahoma City, I'm not sold that they'll like. It's I don't like if Oklahoma City loses 10 games in a row, I'm not stunned.
No.
The Pelicans, we know the struggles that they're having. And the Memphis Grizzlies, we know what they did last year. I think the most likely team in all of this, and they have been consistently average, is the Golden State Warriors. They're constantly at 500. They're rarely much above. They're rarely much below. Like they're sitting at 500. Like they are the epitome of a 500 team. So if you lock them in at the 9th spot and figured everything out with Memphis, New Orleans, Oklahoma City and Sacramento, like we're ready to ride off Houston, it could happen.
So this is kind of crazy. This kind of is crazy. And I wouldn't put them as the favorites, but somebody's got to get that 10th spot.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel good about any of those teams. I guess if I had to choose, I'd probably choose New Orleans.
Okay.
But they haven't shown me something.
Memphis has a lot of games to play.
I got a lot of games to play. I'm not the roster is tough. I like the toughness of that roster, but I'm not crazy about what they put out on the floor.
How wild would it be if they actually even if it just stays in the vicinity, even if it just drops to 2, if they gain a game and a half? Aren't the last 2 games in the season against Memphis?
Yeah, I think so. Is it no, I think the last game is against Utah. That's the week of the season.
There's 2 games against Memphis. Let's get Big Al in here real quick. 916.
Our guy, late in the day now.
Rush him. Yeah, 916-3. I didn't even know if Big Al knew we were on 4 hours a day. He always calls kind of at the same time. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what's going on, baby?
No, I'm not in the home yet. That's me.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey, I know you're on 4, and if you give me more time, I'd spend many more of those minutes on you. No.
Appreciate it.
You call what you do. I guess you call it work. I'd love to do what you did, but we didn't have that back in the day when I was in broadcast management. So, hey.
Big Al, how old are you?
I told you don't pay attention.
That's exactly what Kenny said about me.
He never pays attention.
I am legitimate Social Security agent. That's how old I am.
Okay.
I don't even know what that age is.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's right. You got a lot of years to go. So I'm 66 this year.
Okay.
65 is Social Security?
Well, it depends on the birth age and all that nonsense.
See, that's why I don't know.
Are you in your 30s?
I'm in my late 30s. Yeah, I've never seen Social Security the way things go nowadays.
No. We can talk. That's a different show to talk about. But I did some of that. Listen. Yeah, listen. I was the second in charge of the state deferred comp program, so we can go all through all that stuff.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
So anyway, but I think, yesterday I had to, especially D'Lo. I mean, you were a crazy man. You made me look like some calm, holy fun. You were going nuts.
What'd I do?
Like, no, it was the team. I was praying. I was praying for you. I thought your face was going to blow up with all the facial expressions.
He was yelling at me. He was cursing at me. I mean, it was crazy.
All right.
Relax. Now today, I love your balanced thoughts because, for Kings fans, you think about teams like, you mentioned the Wizards, Charlotte, although they may have turned it around.
Yeah.
And look at, so there is hope for Kings fans, but something has to change to get the right management group going and getting in the correct direction for a period of time. Like, I guess, Casey, you said you're a Knicks fan. Is that correct? You like?
I'm a Knicks supporter. Fan is a little strong. I'm a Knicks supporter. I'm a Kings fan.
Look how many years one of the greatest media and sports centers icons, and they've been horrible for what, 25 years? They've been horrible.
Yeah, they had some playoff runs with Carmelo. Let's relax. Let's not take more shots at the Knicks.
No, they were pretty horrible. I remember the one was the famous battles against, Elijah against Houston, with the Knicks. And really, I was Patrick and all that.
They have made the playoffs since then.
But your goal is, if the playoffs is your goal, I guess you're really rooting the Kings to make the playoffs. Okay, I get it. Because yesterday I thought it was more like a couple of your callers. You'd rather, they weren't paying, but you'd like.
No.
I think Big Al. I think your phone connection just tanked, or something just detonated. I don't know. Big Al, just let us know you're okay. Big Al, I'm gonna change Big Al's for those who are watching on the stream. I'm gonna change his placard to say 66-year-old Big Al.
Big Al seems like he's one of those guys that wears his age on his sleeve proudly.
He he makes reference to the UCLA teams, and it's finally just how old? Like, what are we talking about here? He always says, I'm much older than you guys. Like, okay, how old are you?
That was a classic day when Big Al got into a battle with another caller who came in and took a shot at Big Al.
You say it was a classic day. It was like 3 days ago. It was 4 days ago. It was like it wasn't that long ago. This has been a hell of a week. Is Big Al back? Did he want to get back on? Like, I still don't know what he was calling to say. We get Big Al. What is it?
The point is, do you want to make the playoffs? Kings fans, this is your people. Or do you want to have to get as good of a draft pick as you can?
Yeah,
I want to make the playoffs.
I want to make the playoffs. Okay, all right.
No.
That's it.
You want to make the playoffs?
That's it. Yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. Thanks, Big Al, and thanks for letting us know you're okay. Yeah, where the cell phone tanked on you. And I know, there are a lot of people hate that, and I get it. Like, because what are you gonna do? You're gonna make the playoffs for one time, and then keep losing after that. We've got to build. I understand. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think there's a way we can build. Because obviously we're a part of this process.
I'm glad you're with us now.
We can build something sustainable. This is no and I understand. People put these. Again, I absolutely believe the trade machine is one of the worst things ever created. And you put together these trade proposals and you go out there and you go, this could get done. Let's go do this. And you got another group of people who are screaming dear God, don't do that. It's going to, suck the future out of this team and it's going to handicap them, salary rise and all those different things. And it just becomes, there's a balance somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a way to, if every other team in the league can figure it out, surely the Sacramento Kings can.
Right. The bottom line is, you have to be good at picking your players. It don't matter if you got the top 5 pick or you got picking 13th. You better find the person that gets it done. When you're making trades, get the best player in the trade.
Yeah,
like that. If they somehow made the playoffs this year, this is how some people think, and that's their opinion. I disagree. This is how some people think. If they made the playoffs, somehow that would set them back.
Right.
And I don't subscribe to that theory. I think at this point they need to win at all costs, and then at most costs. I'm not saying trade Tyrese Halliburton to win, but they need to go out there and try to win all the time. And then get better in the personnel department, get better in your acquisition department, whether that's through the draft, free agency, trades, get better in that aspect, no matter where you're drafted.
Yep. Just a lot of work ahead. It's a lot of work ahead for this front office. It's a lot of work ahead for this team. It's a lot of work ahead for us, this fan base. Let's check in with Luke Walton and hear what he had to say. He was asked how long is he going to stick with this lineup that now includes Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, we'll give it some time. It'll be at least for the near future, and then we'll, like I said, we'll continue to evaluate what's best for our group. You know, everything's always based on what's best for the team, and even when Ty was playing great, part of the reason we continue to bring him off the bench was because we were getting off to good starts, and it allowed us to have somebody to really run the offense through. And split those groups a little bit. So, we'll stick with it for now and for a few games going forward and see where we're at after all that.
Anything about that stand out to you?
No, I mean, I didn't expect him to
make
a
one-game change.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to make a big proclamation, though. You know, he said we're gonna see how this thing goes, and we're gonna move forward that way. I don't have any problem with it. Nothing really surprised me either, though.
Okay. So Tyrese Halliburton is in the starting lineup. We also know that Hassan Whiteside and Robert Woodard will be active tonight. He was asked about integrating these guys with no practice time.
Yeah, it's challenging, and you got to, I've been in that spot and the best way to continue to get a bigger role and bigger minutes is when you get your short opportunity, your short amount of minutes in different segments. To make the most of them and do it consistently. And, for example, about JJ, I thought JJ, even though he only in that Charlotte game, I thought he played well and earned some more trust. It's a little more difficult with the rookies because they haven't been around, a lot of the play calls and whatnot. They haven't played with the guys, but there'll be chance, and even if that's just at the end of a ball game, we're evaluating everything. So you got to be ready to make plays and execute plays and all those different things that we talk about all the time, and then you earn more minutes.
Earn more minutes. Okay.
I'd like to see more, a little bit more, not a whole lot more, but Justin James. At this point, you're going into his second season, second or third, second season, right? Yeah. See what you got. Does he need to be on this roster moving forward? Mm-hmm. See what you got. Play him 8 to 12 minutes, maybe, especially on a team that has no depth. See if there's anything salvageable from him. You talk about being in evaluation all the time. Evaluate him then. Put him out there.
Yeah, I mean, and all I can think about earning minutes is like, what the hell happened to Daquan Jeffries? I know I'm beating that drum, and I'll let it go. I just don't get it. Like, I just listened to everything he said. He's talking about Justin James. Justin James played like a combined 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like what did you see that was so bad where you're like, yeah, we ain't playing Daquan anymore? Like, boy, you want to know why we've lost 13-16, boy? You see this Daquan Jeffries tape. I
don't get it, man.
The two things don't match up. What he just said about Justin James doesn't match up with what's actually happening with Daquan Jeffries.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. And it's not working. How about that?
It's not. And one thing that hasn't been working since his return is Tyrese Halliburton. He's been struggling. He knows he's been struggling. He pointed out that he has been struggling. Luke Walton was asked about Tyrese's struggles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by it. It's tough, right? We're deep into the season. You're a young player and coming off injury. You got to find your rhythm again, and the league just keeps moving. So you got to find it, and we're confident that he will. I think that having the starting group that we had throughout most of the season, it was nice to be able to have that, because that's where you see a lot of the size against other teams is in the first group. And we realize that we're gonna be pretty small out there to start, but then we have to use other things to our advantage, our spacing, our passing, our playmaking, things like that to counteract that. So, like I said, we know, we're excited to I'm in experience with it, and we'll be ready to make adjustments if we need to.
Not that anybody needs a reminder of this, but that spotty sound, it's a Zoom call. We're all on the same.
Is he on my internet connection?
He's got that. He's got that KC internet, man. That's
need to give him the Orby.
That's what it is, Manny. Don't forget to hit up our man Kenny here.
Get in here, because Manny, I see you're active right now. I'm gonna talk to you when the show's over about what you're talking about in the chat. But hit me in the DMs, man, so I get this number so I can figure this out.
Are the changes opening up? Will these changes with Marvin Bagley out of lineup, is this going to open up more opportunities for other guys?
Yeah, that's it's going to open up opportunities for others for sure. And we'll see how the game's going. To start, it'll be similar, especially with Hassan coming back. He'll take most of the backup 5 minutes. Belly playing most of the backup 4 minutes, and Corey at the guard spot. So, but that being said, everyone else is that much closer to getting out there on the floor, from whether it's foul trouble or we're not playing with the appropriate energy or whatever the different night to night. Everyone else is that much to getting their opportunities.
Okay, that actually answered a couple of questions that we had right there. We're going to see Hassan Whiteside running in for Rashawn Holmes, and we're going to see Nemanja Bjelica, which I think we kind of knew that. We knew Belly was going to, the question more was who's going to be the first off the bench. Will it wind up being Belly? Will it wind up being Hassan Whiteside? I think your assessment earlier was correct. It's probably going to be Belly in for Tyrese Halliburton, and Barnes will move over, and things will operate that way. Then we'll see Hassan Whiteside in. And I still wonder if, we're looking at an 8-man rotation now that Hassan Whiteside is back. It's just he's the 8th man now. It's right. Corey Joseph, and it's Nemanja Bjelica, and it's Hassan Whiteside. I'm not sure that we see, talking about the Justin James and Daquan Jeffries and Robert Woodards and these guys. I don't know that we see those guys until next week, when there's a higher possibility. Everyone that I just named is gone.
Yeah.
Whiteside, Belly, and Corey Joseph.
And the other thing about this, wanting to see these guys play and wanting to see what they can do, that bench has to produce. I mean, they've been anemic. It's not like anybody's killing it and they're not playing. Like, every time they play, what did I say last time? I wanted to see a couple guys in double figures. That was impossible. Couldn't even get one.
Right.
It was impossible to ask for a couple guys in double figures. So the bench needs to play better. That is something that also needs to happen if they're going to get some more minutes.
Yeah, so you're saying the bench needs to play better, but we keep going to the same guys who are playing poorly.
That's true too.
Like, why not?
I don't care
what's the harm in changing it, I guess, is what I'm asking, is why not make a change with the we talk about changes in the starting lineup. Hell, just put anybody. There are games this season where it very literally couldn't possibly get worse for the bench. Like, you were putting up zeros across the board. It literally couldn't get worse. Try something else.
Yeah,
anything at this point.
I agree. I have no idea why, especially when they're not winning. We're just going with this 7-8 man rotation.
But see, this is where it falls into the thing that we read, the quote we read from Howard Beck earlier, and the different things that we've said about Vivek wanting to remain competitive. I believe in what Luke Walton may or may not have been told about his future as the Kings head coach. If you're Luke Walton, you have to win games. But if you're Monty McNair, of course you've got to win, but you've got a smidge bit more leeway because you just started, you just got the job. You were hired, shortly before the offseason started. Like, you have a little bit more leeway time than Luke Walton does. If you're Luke Walton and you believe, well, anything can happen, anything can happen, anything can change, I have to win as many games as I can. I have to give them a reason to make sure that I come back and I'm the coach of this team next year. Otherwise, I'll be sitting at home collecting a paycheck, and I could be done as a head coach in this league.
Yeah.
Luke has to try to win games, and if he probably is under the belief like my best chance to win games, even though the last 16 has proven this to not be accurate. My best chance to win games is with not playing guys like Justin James or Daquan Jeffries or Robert Woodard or whatever. It's the Hassan Whitesides, it's the Corey Josephs, it's the Nemanja Bjelica's.
That could be the case. And look, here, playing devil's advocate with this whole thing. I mean, he's had opportunity. I want to be accurate. I'm going to look at it here. But what was the last time they just got shellacked? I guess it was the Knicks game. That was the last time
pretty bad by the Knicks.
That was the last time they got blown out. But when you mention like my best chances by playing these starters that many minutes, they're there. Like they're there in the game. They just can't finish for whatever reason. So I don't know. Maybe his assessment isn't wrong that that's his best chance of winning.
Yeah.
They just haven't been able to find a way to close it out a lot of these times.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a mess. They're 3.5 back though.
That's right. They're 3.5 back. I had to go check out our friends, the Kings Herald. They always put a prediction up there. I wanted to see what they had the final score.
Oh boy, what's that?
It's not even outrageous either. It's 132 to 129.
Oh wow, it's not outrageous.
It's totally believable. Oh yeah, I could see it. That's a lot of points, dude. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of points.
Points are going up.
Watch it be like 101 to, watch it just be something absolutely absurd. 101 to 102.
Slugfest,
yeah,
a rock fight.
Yeah. Like Russell Westbrook had 12 steals tonight. De'Aaron Fox had 12 steals tonight. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
They both shot 20% from the field.
Well, that's believable. It's believable. De'Aaron Fox shot 7% from the foul line. It's tragic. I don't even know how you shoot 7%. Like, what number does that equate to?
Will would know.
Will absolutely would know. Like right off the top of his head. Kings Wizards. We've got a change in the starting lineup. Do we see a change? We'll go back to Eric's point here before we get to Kenny's keys for a Kings victory. I love this. Jill went for the under. Okay. All right, Jill. Jill's going for the under. Let us know if anybody else got in on this on BetQL or whatever your favorite app is. Let us know. Did you take the over or under on this game? BetQL has it at 247. Kings Herald has it at like 150 or 250. We'll get to Kenny's keys in just a minute, but I want to go back to Eric's question when he called a couple of minutes ago and asked, "All right, Tyrese is starting. Like, cool. Like, but what does this mean? Like, what does this mean because Tyrese isn't starting like under the best circumstances. He's starting because Marvin Bagley is gone, and we know that Marvin Bagley is gone for a while. So, what does this ultimately mean for the play on the court?"
That's why I don't know if it's going to have that much of an impact. Simply because you're not adding him to what you already have. You're just kind of replacing something that you lost. So I'm not expecting a whole lot. And he can play well. I'm not saying he's going to play bad, but I'm not expecting a whole lot to change with this team because of how he's coming into the starting lineup.
Yeah.
This is my guess.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it also brings in the depth.
Mm-hmm.
The depth is worse. Like if you were flipping Buddy for Tyrese, I think we even talked about one time flipping Tyrese for Bagley in the starting lineup. A healthy Marvin Bagley. Right. We had that conversation before. You're not losing depth. You're rearranging things, but you're not losing depth. Or please understand what I'm saying with depth. I understand we don't have any, but I mean you're not losing any player in that situation. In this situation, you've actually lost a player. Your bad depth just got worse.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's lather, rinse, repeat. Like somebody has to step up. Like somebody you've been spot on with this since you said it a few weeks ago. De'Aaron has to do everything for this team to even have a chance. Somebody has to do something else. You don't have to be De'Aaron. You don't have to do what De'Aaron is doing, but do something. And this is all under the guise that we believe that Marvin Bagley is going to, or excuse me, that we believe Harrison Barnes is going to do his part. Like, I'd like to see him be a little bit more aggressive than he was, which seems to be the term that just follows Harrison Barnes around at times. Like, he's never inefficient. He's rarely inefficient. He rarely plays bad. He's just not as aggressive sometimes as he is others. And for the Kings to, much like De'Aaron doing everything, for the Kings to really have a chance, Harrison has to be aggressive on the offensive end.
The interesting thing about it, though, I think you're getting the best and the most that you can get out of Harrison. I think that's for him to be like efficient. Like he can
more
start
than 9 shots per game. Like we've seen him do a lot more than that.
If Harrison got to like 17 shots a game, like how he's like 6-9 right now, or 9-12 or something like that. If he got to like 17, he'd be like 11-17, 10-17.
It's like terrible.
It's not terrible, but it's not as efficient as it was. Now, I think he's going to have, like with Marvin out, I think he's definitely going to have to start putting up a higher number of shots. But I mean, I think he's still giving you about what he can give you.
He's 11. His average is 11 shots per game this year.
Yeah, if you push that up to about 17, I think shooting percentage goes down.
You just push it up to 15, 14 or 15. I mean, he's shooting 49% right now. You still have him around 49% if he increases the shot load a little bit.
I think those other numbers go down a little bit, but I could be wrong.
You're just being argumentative. That's all you're doing. Being argumentative. You lucky this is my favorite part of the show right here. You know what it is. We appreciate y'all so much for hanging out with us. A friendly little reminder that the college hoop tourney is just 2 days away, and countdown coverage on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, as are Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. If the Sacramento Kings just listen to Coach Caraway, they'd get the win. KC, what do we got to see tonight from the Sacramento Kings to beat the Washington Wizards?
All right, first and foremost, here on Monday Night Raw, I have ordered a handicap match.
Oh, okay.
And I need the Kings to win that handicap match.
Okay.
Tyrese, Buddy, Fox. You guys are going up against Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook. I need you to win that matchup. Win the handicap match.
Okay, Mr.
Simple as
McMahon.
that.
I like that.
I'm just going with points here. I need them to outscore those three. I need them to outscore Bradley and Russ. If
Be the shield.
Be the shield.
Be the shield.
Be the New Day.
I like it.
If you can do that, you'll get the win. Number 2, I need you to outrun the Brody and company. And what I mean by that is Washington not playing no defense. All right. Washington getting up and down. They trying to do some stuff. Outscore them in the fast break battle. Win the fast break battle. You do that, I think you can get a win.
Okay.
Number 3. Here's the thing. Shout out to my man Will. I read it the right way. I just wasn't sure. But I need the Kings to make their free throws. Knock down their free throws. I need 80% or more. Why is that coming into play right now? Well, you always got to make your free throws. But the Washington Wizards, they foul the second most in the league per game. Toronto's number 1, I think at 21.9. Washington, they foul, I think, about 21 times a game as well. Okay. So they play lazy defense. You're going to get to the line. You got to knock them down. You knock them down, you're going to have a great shot to win this game. That's why I need them to be above 80% or above in knocking down your free throws tonight. If they can do that, along with winning the handicap match, along with winning the fast break battle, Kings will get a win tonight, and I know that'll anger some people.
It will. I definitely will.
Not me. I want the win.
But I'll still root for the Grizzlies to lose and for the Pelicans to lose and all of those different things.
Yes, I need the win.
I feel like if we just ingrained make your free throws like as the third key, it would probably just carry over. They haven't made their free throws for enough games in a row for us to go like, okay, we could remove this from Kenny's keys. It's like Kenny's spare key.
Yeah,
every game, just make your free throws.
Like in school, when you had all-time quarterback, when you played pickup quarterback, This is the all-time key.
That's an all-time key. Yeah, that's a good call right there. And you're an all-time crew for hanging out with us, man. We greatly appreciate everybody who is on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 who's taking some time to watch the show there or on YouTube. youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll follow both of those channels, subscribe to those channels or whichever your favorite one is. We hope that you'll follow us at ESPN1320 and at D'Lo and KC on Twitter as well. If you missed any part of the show, in addition to watching it on Twitch or YouTube, you can also download the podcast available on radio.com, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, and anywhere that you get podcasts from. We appreciate you so much for being with us today, and we will be back again tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Go Kings. Woo! That's a buzzer beater.
We do, baby.
That's a buzzer beater. Well, I appreciate that, man. So when I was reading it, I didn't know if it meant so I saw the number and I didn't know if they got fouled 21 times a game or they commit 21 fouls a game. So that's okay. I appreciate the clarification there, Will. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out there, Will. Appreciate it. We know y'all want to go watch Kings basketball, man, so we won't linger around today and keep you. We know the game's about to start. So thank y'all so much. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up and spreading the word. Yesterday was a really, 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 really good streaming day. And it looked like today was another really good one too, man. So thank you guys so much with all of your help for that. Help with that. Go enjoy the Kings, man, and we'll be back tomorrow at 12.
Holla.
Oh, hold on, man. We got to hit it. Wait a minute. We can't go yet. Okay, let's do it again. You ready? We gotta. Okay. Thank y'all for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow here at 12.
Holla.